Hello, everybody. I'm sorry. I'm a little late. Had to deal with the baby. Hey, Charisse. Hey, Flawless. I got your address, baby. Yes, I did. Hey, rocking with the truth. Hey, Kelly's dog head. What's up, mama? Well, for you guys who did not see the interview with Tasha K. Hey, Yada. Hey, lady. What's up, babies? All right, for those who did not watch the Tasha K interview with Carrie Kelly, I bought the subscription to her web after show commentary that she does. And so I paid $12.99, y'all. So Tasha K, I did spend money on you, girl. So don't strike me for this, okay? Hey, West Coast. Hey, Aisha. Hey, this 504. What's up, mama? My ladies are in the building. What's up? All right. So now, I don't know if I should show the video, or should I just play it so that you guys can listen to the audio? What do you think? I mean, I don't want to get strikes, so I was thinking of just playing the audio and you guys could just listen. Hey, Lovely Fair. What's up, mama? Do what an IG message, mommy? Just play the audio, right? Because I probably won't get in trouble if I play the audio. That's what I'm thinking, too. Yeah, I don't want to get striked either. I don't want to get striked by her. I mean, I think we could play the audio. I was thinking about maybe we got 19 people in here. Maybe I could shut it down and make it private. I don't know if that'll make a difference. How many people can you have in a group message on IG? I don't know how to do that. Yada dada, baby. But this is the thing, is that when you play the video, she's gonna get alerted that her content is being played. That's usually what happens on YouTube. When someone plays your content.
So now do I scrub with the sponge?
Okay, hold on one second, guys. All right. All right, guys. So we're just going to listen to it, okay? Let's just be on the safe side. Let's be on the safe side. We can listen to it. We can listen to the whole thing, because I know a lot of people didn't get to see the whole thing. We only saw clips and bits and pieces, right? All right. So, okay. All right, wait, let me get this thing together here.
How you doing?
I'm doing good, Sasha. How you doing?
I could be better, but you know what? I'm not here for me. I'm here for you. And I'm surprising with everything that has transpired. It's kind of I'm in awe to hear you say that you're actually doing good. Now, of course, we know that the verdict has came in concerning your brother, R. Kelly, Robert Kelly.
Mm-hmm.
And we spoke last time in Atlanta.
Right.
You guys can
We're
hear
on
it
your
now?
turf today. We're in your city. Okay. I decided to come to you because I just couldn't imagine being you right now, because you're really the last one standing. Your father, no. Your mother, no. Your grandmother, Bruce Kelly, he's incarcerated. And now Robert Kelly, your brother, is incarcerated as well. And so you are pretty much, like I said, the last one standing. And I felt that the Kelly family never really had a voice in all of this. And I know
Right.
we could probably sit here for hours with family members, but I thought you were the most important because you spoke on, you had a chance to comment on this, on your brother's situation before everything came down, before the indictment came down, before the documentary that Lifetime did came out.
Right.
Of course, you and I had a bit of a struggle introduction.
Yeah.
But we have came to put our differences aside and really shed light on some real things. And no one understood or could convey, I guess, a true picture of who your brother was, except for you and, of course, him. But I don't think he's even allowed the public to see him for him. All we know is R. Kelly.
Right.
Right. And I think that's why the Gayle interview was so shocking, to see him cry, because we're used to seeing him here, but that interview, it kind of brought him, it was in between.
It humanized him.
It humanized him, but in a not in a positive way per se, because you're a Grammy Award winner. You've been around the world. You've done amazing things. He's worked with everybody, and to see him on Gayle's show crying, and along with his girlfriends,
You're welcome.
It just kind of it was like, I think the public should have started to get to know R. Kelly a long time ago versus. There's PR R. Kelly, public relations, what they create, this persona, and then there's Robert Kelly.
Right.
And so, and I think the reason your interview was so powerful is because you shed light on a lot of things that he would never get into. And even though it's rightfully his story to tell, but I think it put a lot of things into perspective when you talked about your estranged sister, who is still estranged, Teresa Kelly.
Yes.
And you spoke about your mother, and you spoke about a lot of the things that your brother that you saw go through as a child, and how that trickled into his adulthood. And to you, he was still the same person, that vulnerable little kid. Despite all the success that he's had, he was still that vulnerable, scared little boy. And it was only doing what he was taught to do by your older sister, Teresa.
Correct.
Who we still have not heard from.
Right. And probably won't hear from him.
But we're hearing from you. And I scratched my head when the verdict came down and he was guilty on all charges, your brother, Robert Kelly, who goes by the name R. Kelly. And he's facing up to 140 years in prison, which means he's not going to get out, and not including all the other states that he has to face charges in. But I mean, the feds got their day, and now the states have to get their day as well. So I'm going to rephrase. I'm going to ask you this question again. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, but I'm not doing good in that state, as far as like me being able to sustain mentally, stay above the water when it comes to just not really losing my mind, because irregardless to what people think or things that I have said or may have said in the past, and a lot of people question different things like why now? Well, the now is, well, first of all, yesterday was my mom's birthday, my mama Joanne Kelly, our mama. She would have turned 74 years old. And my mama been kind of dealing with me spiritually, because out of all her kids, I'm the only one that really been going to her gravesite, really visiting her. with extra time on my hands and different things like that. And my grandmother's buried there. So I can't help but go back to how we was raised and who raised us, who made us the men that we are. Different things, morals and values that she instilled in us and taught us when she was living. I can't help but go back to that, no matter what y'all going through, no matter if y'all arguing or whatever, y'all brothers, y'all supposed to love each other. Teeth and tongue gonna fall out, you know what I'm saying? But you gotta get it right. You gotta get it together. So those were her wishes. So people probably don't understand like why now am I trying to be there for my brother. I can be a man and stand up and be accountable to say that I was immature. I was dealing with some things and I was angry at my brother for many different reasons, that siblings and family always be into it with each other. The only,
When did the anger start?
Well, pretty much the anger started when we was on tour.
Okay.
As kids growing up, we didn't get along, excuse me, like that, to the point where everything was perfect. We was just like the average kids. He might take my candy because he's my big brother, and I might take his candy when I catch him slipping. Just different things that we did, that normal kids did to each other. Basketball. I might play basketball a little bit rough with him. He might play basketball a little bit rough with me, and so did Bruce. Normal kid stuff. But when Robert became R. Kelly, people got to understand we still looked at him as Robert, even though we was proud of his success and everything that he has accomplished. You know what I'm saying? This was all new to our family. So I actually went on tour with him and I toured with him for 6 years. I was in all type of videos. I went overseas, world tour, 50 city tour, Rotterdam, England, Germany, New Amsterdam, all overseas.
So he's saying that his family life with R. Kelly, and his brothers, they fight, brothers fight, they get mad at each other. That's just what it is. We were just doing kid things and, that's just us when we kids. So what happened when you were adults that you guys started fighting? What was all the fighting about? Huh? And so much confusion in that family. You right, lady. Hey, Angelica, how you doing, mama? How did everything go? I'm glad. I'm hope everything is okay with you, babe. No real men in that family and sick maternal generational curses. Yeah, I see why Drea just distanced herself from the family. I mean, there like lady said, so much confusion in that family. She was teaching them, one way, they were learning another, being molested behind the parents' back and things of this nature is going on. And so now there's all this extra confusion. They don't know whose father's who and all these things. And I don't know. It's a big mess. Let's just continue.
And, he asked me to do that with him. You know what I'm saying? And I was really proud that he, happy that he asked me to do that with him. And I started getting noticed by different labels and different things of that nature. And all of a sudden, it came to a halt. And it wasn't by my doing. All I know is I felt like I paid dues enough to be out there for 6 years, away from my kids, away from my wife who I was married to at the time. I'm gone 6 years, so we doing 2-3 tours in a year. So I didn't even get a chance to watch my kids grow up. So I'm dedicating time and my life to,
So he was really married with children and, he up and left his family so he could be touring with his brother. Really? Carrie Kelly, are you lying now or were you lying then?
Touring with my brother. And, you know, when I tried to venture off on my own, there was a lot of different things that transpired when it came to like people telling me, you know, I heard a conversation of him and Barry Hankerson, and Barry was telling him that it can only really be one star in the family, you know. But I didn't think that Robert really paid attention to that because where we came from and who we was raised by and how Mama taught us to stick together and different things of that nature. So I really didn't take that conversation serious. And then I just started noticing that, you know, when we was on tour, I had to fall back from rapping. I was out there rapping and he would tell me, you know, I had to fall back. And when I fell back from rapping, because this is his tour, you know, and then I couldn't sign autographs. Management was telling them I couldn't sign autographs and things of that nature because people was getting to know me. I was, you know, obviously doing something right for people to want my autograph. And I'm out there rocking shows with them from city to city and state to state. And from that point, I felt like somebody that was called, it was people that was causing wedges between us that I didn't realize. I didn't know that all these people that was in Robert corner or we thought was in his corner was really against him. They really wasn't for him. And the same people that was telling me that I need to be away because my brother don't want me around. So we both, excuse me, fell into that situation where people was telling us different things because they knew we was a power team together. So a lot of people wanted to separate that because I actually, when I was on tour with my brother, I actually put my life on the line on a lot of many situations that he's been in with people being jealous of him.
So when you say you put yourself in a lot of situations that could have caused you your life or you could have lost your life. What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, it was other artists, you know what I'm saying? Various artists that you know, care not to really mention their name, and that was kind of jealous of my brother.
Okay.
And I seen it, you know, security, different situations that was out there. Some guys was mad because their girls was there cheering on R. Kelly, you know, and you know, they backstage, they, you know, trying to get an autograph and want to be violent because they couldn't get back there, you know. It was just different situations where I basically put my life on the line because I didn't just do songs on stage and things of that nature. I actually, when I came off stage, I automatically became security and wasn't looking to get paid for it because that's my brother. If he go down, I go down. If somebody at him or mad or hating on him or whatever, I stepped in the forefront. Most times, like when he got ready to go on stage, I would make sure that ain't nobody there, even though he had a security detail. Some of them I really didn't trust. Because they had their own agendas. And I just started seeing different things unwind, and you know, they would be paying attention to women for themselves, didn't paying attention to the artist that's paying them to watch him, you know what I'm saying, to bodyguard him. So I would see those different things. And as my brother, I'm like, I see these people trying to come up on the side of the stage, so I try to stop them. I don't know what I was faced up against because I don't know what they got in the crowd. I don't know. All I know is this one right here. We can argue, we can fuss, we can fight, but I wasn't finna let nobody touch them.
Okay. So the public has sort of painted you as jealous. Would you say that you were ever jealous of your brother?
Never. I mean, for what reason do I have to be jealous? I don't really even know what that is. When we was raised to have each other back, to look out for each other. God blessed me with a gift as well. Just because my record didn't drop or I didn't get out there like that in the masses, I didn't have no reason to be jealous because God blessed me with a gift. He blessed my whole family with a gift. And so I was just glad to be there. People paint those pictures because they don't understand what's going on, you know, because they basically too busy looking in other people's backyard when they backyard grass need cut. You know what I'm saying? They need cut. People get into it with their family members and they go through things with their family members and they don't think that way. They only think about what other people's families is going through. Excuse me. They only think about what why this person don't get along, why that person don't get along, but they don't take a look at themselves and their own family. Everybody go through something. If they don't, then somebody's being phony.
So I know you've probably told this story 1,000 times, and when you look back on it now that you probably won't ever see your brother again, I'm not sure if he would allow you on the visitors list or anything like that. What would you say? Because you know how when we're in certain situations, and this was back in the 90s, of course, when you guys had your breakdown, and you really haven't had a relationship since, you know?
Right.
Like it's been a strange, would you say close to 30 years?
I would actually say about 20 years.
I mean, that's a long time because your brother who you know or once knew is totally different now. Is in a different stage of his life. What would you say the initial breakdown really was after sitting back, watching things unfold the way that they did? Would you say that it had to do with him not allowing you to be a star, or was it something much deeper? Now when we look at it.
Well, when I sit back and I really look at it and knowing what's going on now and the things that I have unraveled, just being around different people and they showing me different things, I honestly think that my brother was protecting me from this industry to a certain degree. And what I mean by that is it's so many snakes, it's so many sharks, it's so many different type of things that's out there that most.
You know damn well R. Kelly was not protecting you from the industry. What happened was he didn't want you to become a star and overshine him. Your brother's a narcissist, and he couldn't have neither one of you or anyone else top him. He's top dog. He's the one who's going to make the money and shine. Yous have to live off of him. That's how he wanted it to be. But according to Carey Kelly and a lot of other people, R. Kelly was cheap. He didn't like to pay people. Let's continue.
It's so many snakes. It's so many sharks. It's so many different type of things that's out there that most people just think that if I become a star, if I sign a deal and I get with a record label, then I'm good, you know. But the behind the scenes is what they don't see. And God has blessed me to be fortunate to be able to see behind the scenes before actually getting there. So I think that Robert knew that there was a lot of things going on in this industry, and he probably wanted to keep me away from it. But I probably didn't take it that way in the beginning because I didn't know, and he probably didn't know. But it's as far as him being in the industry and me knowing and identifying my brother, I know him better than anybody. Like he know me better than anybody. He know when I'm angry. He know when I say things out of anger, you know. And I know when he say things or do things out of anger. That's we know each other that way, and that's something that the world would never understand. I was able to see different things, and I think Robert been knowing this a long time, and that's why the situation is what it is now with people setting them up, people doing them wrong, they stealing from them, and that's what made me come to the realization of this beef that we supposed to have. I put that to the side because my brother's life is on the line. It's not a game. It's not a joke. This is real life. It's not a video game where we put a quarter in with his kids and get 3 men. You only get 1.
I do want to be clear for the viewers that are watching, because I'm sure they're going to say, well, you were the one that wanted to see him go to jail. It was you. You know how people say, just because you sit down with someone like me who has done conflicting reports on your brother, but I'm open enough and non-biased enough to allow people who are at different at a difference of opinion to sit down and share their opinion without us having to go back and forth. You are an adult. You're entitled to your own opinion. And I appreciate that me and you have come to an understanding that, regardless of how I feel or the things that I've said, you're going to utilize the platform to get your message across. And so with that being said, like, how would you, it's kind of hard to really put this into perspective.
Getting back to the question that you just said, when it comes to people.
Okay.
People don't have no place to put me when I leave this earth. So I don't care about them. I'm just being honest. At the end of the day, the bottom line is that's still my brother.
Mm-hmm.
That's not an enemy on the streets. And people saying that I did something to put him where he's at.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of things that I said out of anger. I was immature. Now, how many people can stand up and be a man or a woman and admit when they wrong?
Yeah.
Okay? Not many. So that's what I have to say about them people that need to check their situations with their families and their friends and the people that love them and the people that they say that they love. They need to check their situations at the door with their mistakes that they made. That's the problem with our people right now. That's the problem with people, period. No one wants to stand up and be accountable for them being wrong. That's the problem with the world. Nobody want to be wrong. They point the finger at everybody else.
Now, when you say snakes, what do you mean by snakes? Are people stealing money from him? What do you mean by that?
I mean, there was a lot of people, management, road managers, you know what I'm saying, business managers. A lot of people's just stealing money from him because, Robert he wasn't educated when it came to reading and writing and things of that nature. So they took advantage of that and they knew it. They knew he was a genius when it came to him writing songs because he write from here. He don't write from here. So they took advantage of that. They took advantage of him not being wise enough to be able to read a contract or even sometimes get a contract looked over. So a lot of people was taking care of their family, while he didn't even know it.
Now, how did you come to know all this information, being that you guys were estranged?
Well, I mean, I seen it when I was out there on tour with him in 1996 to 2006. I seen it in the beginning on people telling him what he's supposed to get paid for a show. And I used to actually count the money and he put in the book bag. I used to count it for him. Okay. And a lot of money would sometimes be short. And I counted for him right in front of him after they gave it to him. So it ain't like I had it and then he got it later. We'll be there, but I accounted for him sometimes. And he'll say he's short $5,000 or he need to holler at these people. I seen it then. But of course, the bigger he became, the more money that he made, the more famous he became, the bigger the theft came. The bigger, the more money that they start stealing, the more things they start doing to him. And that was another reason that we used to get into it as well. Because I used to tell him, you shouldn't trust these people, man. They stealing from you. They not being honest with you, like Barry Hankerson, he that's family. So Robert started replacing people that was not family to be family, but they was the wrong people to do that. But I'm seeing it. Everybody that was out there seeing it.
What sort of things did Barry Hankerson do? And we're talking about Aaliyah's uncle.
Right.
Okay. What was that relationship like? And what did you see given your time with him?
Well, I seen Barry was a mind doctor. And what I mean by that is, I think he taught psychology at a college for a little while. Um, and he was able to really get in Robert's head. And, you know, like if Robert wanted $250,000, for example, for a show, Barry made it happen. So if Robert wanted this off a deal, Barry made it happen. But what Robert didn't see is if Robert wanted 250, Barry would go for 500.
Hold on.
So, of course he's supposed to get paid for being his manager, but he shouldn't get paid what the artists get paid. You understand? So he would go for more money, and Robert wouldn't even know nothing about it.
Barry mentioned in a recent interview, because he's resurfaced since the anniversary of Aaliyah and has decided to restream her album. Had the public thinking it was going to be new songs, but Barry doesn't have any jurisdiction over Aaliyah's unreleased records, and so that's why it was a restream of old records that had been done. Because from what I was I guess the information that I was given was that Barry kind of struck a deal with R. Kelly when the news came out about R. Kelly impregnating and dating his underage niece. Um, Rights were being signed over. Now, of course, this has been rumors for years, and that's the reason why he's the only one that's over Aaliyah's estate, and still he has a few rights over some of R. Kelly's catalog. What do you know about any of this that I just said? Had you heard about this too, or is this something that you know for a fact?
Well, I've heard about it. It's a lot of rumors going on in the industry.
Oh, of course, yeah.
And then some of them you just take and you say, you know what, that makes sense. I don't understand that. That one don't. Mm-hmm. And some of them you be biased by. Mm. And they just float over your head.
Do you believe that Barry knew from the beginning that your brother was sleeping with Aaliyah, his niece? Because he claims that he didn't.
I really don't know.
You don't? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about the verdict, okay? Because he was convicted of everything. Mann Act, racketeering, conspiracy, you name it. I believe there was over, if I'm not mistaken, 100 witnesses that testified against your brother, and he was convicted on all charges. Of course, the Fed's conviction rate is somewhere around 95%, if I'm not mistaken. And a lot of people will say, what does these snakes, these managers who were dishonest, Barry, what does that have to do with the fact that your brother was having consistent relations with underage women? How do you tie the two together?
Well, again, like I said, I wasn't, first of all, I wasn't there when that was happening. When I actually said the things that I had said, mm-hmm. I was at a bad place in my life. Okay. And I was angry at my brother. I basically was only repeating stuff that I heard other people say. I'm just being 100. I'm being 100.
Not on all of it?
I wouldn't say. It depends on what you're talking about. I mean, because as far as controlling, I felt like he was controlling to a certain degree when it came to certain things. I felt like that.
So all the stuff about your sister and her molesting you and your brother, was that true or false?
That was the truth.
Okay. What about the tape that you found that you said you had came in possession of two white girls that R. Kelly had, your brother Robert had met at the mall, and I guess he met him at the mall, brought him back to the house, recorded them, and you found the tape, and you could have easily turned the tape over to the authorities, but you didn't do that. Was that true?
That wasn't true.
Really?
That wasn't true.
Wow. Why? So you do understand the documentary that Lifetime did contributed heavily to the investigation that was opened against your brother.
Right.
And that's when, of course, by looking, they found that taxes weren't being paid, girls were being flown in with or without parents, money going here and there, and that's when the money laundering came into place, and it was just so much that was just kind of like, wow, like, you're R. Kelly, you're this, and then, your interview, it went viral because there were a lot of things that were said that people was like, damn, like this is his brother, so he knows. Like, what made you say something like that?
Because I was angry. I knew that there was a lot of people out there saying there was tapes and different things of that nature. And, I basically mixed the truth with things that I heard other people saying. As far as my sister, that's correct. That did truly happen. But I was angry and I was hurt as well. And I was immature and I went about it the wrong way, being immature. And that's the result that I ended up with.
So how do you feel about what has happened to your brother?
I feel real bad. I feel really bad behind it because to me, one thing that led from brothers being angry at each other or having disagreements to something so real that people were saying that he did this, he did that. And I feel like I was a part of it because I said it too. I hadn't been around 20 years. So I don't know what he was doing during that time that we wasn't there. I just was repeating what other people said. And I started actually believing it in my psyche because everybody is saying this. One thing that our mama taught us is if everybody is saying something about you, then it got to be some truth to it. So in my psyche, I started believing it.
What made you change your mind?
Actually, being able to see that this is his life on the line. This is not like other situations and other cases that he beat. This is not like, the other people that said these things and it wasn't proven in the court of law. When you're angry, you just don't. Sometimes you don't even care about what the outcome gonna be at that time. I didn't care about what the outcome was gonna be at that time. I mean, it's been a lot of rumors that he's supposed to did this or he's supposed to did that, but he never went to jail behind it like that. He went to jail and beat it, or he went to jail and got out the next day. This is a so real moment where they talking about giving him life. The situation has changed. This is not a game anymore. So if I have to persecute myself and just basically tell people that I did lie or I made mistakes on a lot of different things, I don't mind doing that because that's what the truth is. A lot of people might say, well, was he lying then? Is he lying now? I mean, that's their opinion. They crucified Jesus. So who am I? I'm a human being just like everybody else is.
Well, I think they would probably consider you more as a Judas.
I mean, well,
because of, I guess, and I want to put this out here. But
their opinion don't make me use the bathroom.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So I really don't care nothing about. I don't give a damn about their opinion. Yeah. My story and everything that I'm talking about right now is only gonna reach real people, Tasha. Real people. Real people make mistakes. Real people stand up and be accountable for them. Real people be apologetic. Real people feel bad. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Fake people don't feel none of that. They don't feel none of that. So if I'm supposed to reach real people, then that's what it is. I'm not trying to reach fake people. I'm not trying to reach people that's talking about my family, but they're not looking at theirs. I'm not trying to reach people that know they got a molester or whatever they want to call it in their family, or uncle that's doing something to their niece. Everybody got problems. but they, you know, they turn a blind eye to it. They just looking at my family because the eye of the sky's on them. I'm not trying to reach them type of people.
Well, what if they were to say that maybe now the only reason you're coming forward is because because your brother has been charged, and maybe maybe y'all have somewhat made up behind the scenes. I mean, he is your brother, you know what I'm saying? And you're only doing this to make him look better in the public. What if the viewers are thinking that?
Well, if they thinking that, then they should know that I drove all the way to New York twice. Okay. I went down there not being on the visitor list or anything, just stepping out on faith. Okay. And I went there to try to see what's going on because I've been hearing different things and people been telling me how the trial was going. So I put myself in the trial.
And what did you see when you got there?
When I got there, I seen people being caught in lies. I seen people saying different things and Robert's lawyers cross-examining them and catching them in lies. I seen it with my own eyes. And so I hadn't even talked to my brother. That was just what was in my heart for me to go and apologize to him and go down there and see what's going on with him and to let him know that I still love him. He's still my brother. That's my mama's child. At the end of the day, like I'm his brother. Can't nothing and nobody in the world ever change that. You know, so it wasn't the fact that I'm doing it to make him think this or make him think that. I'm doing it because this is where I'm at right now in my life, and this is what my heart is leading me to do. Okay. And I love my brother.
Okay. Wow, I mean that's a blow. I mean, this is information that I'm finding out for the first time because I didn't know. You didn't tell me that some of the things that you had said was exaggerated in the interview. And I do want to put out there too because everybody has family and everybody has strange relationships within the family, and so the only difference between our families, their families, and your family is your family is on stage. And all of this is unfolding on stage. And so to say that was, wrong and, unforgivable, I it's hard to say because your family and family does a lot of shit to family. And you think on the outside, I would never fucking forgive family, but it's family. It's not for us to forgive because we didn't choose our family.
Right.
So I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm above you or I think that, I'm better than you or you're not worthy of forgiveness. And I think by being here and allowing me to question you about, what has transpired within the Kelly family and the Kelly name, that it takes courage to do that, because you didn't have to admit to me right now, and I'm finding out for the first time that some of those things that you had heard as well.
Let me say this to you, Tasha,
okay.
and this is for the listening ear who use common sense.
Okay.
What can my brother do to help me now?
Nothing.
That's the billion-dollar question. It's nothing he can do to help me now.
He has no money.
I'm doing this because I wronged him. And God said, if you wrong somebody, you're supposed to go to him and apologize. I can't talk to him directly, but I hope that my brother can see this. And I hope that we can repair our relationship, and most importantly, I hope my mama, our mother, can see that I'm just trying to be that son that she raised me to be. That's it.
What about, because I remember there was a situation you spoke about on our show about, the first case involving your brother and with the underage girl, and there was a tape. And somehow you were asked to say that it was you on the tape, and your brother was going to pay you a fee to say that it was you so that he could avoid jail time because he was in the height of his career.
Exaggerated.
So what happened?
I mean, well, in my mind, I knew when I was out there with Robert, I did videos with him. We was on stage together. He was telling me, man, put the same stuff on that I got. black vest, black hoodie, black jeans, black boots. And that's what we did. That's what he did. We dressed alike, black shades. So the whole gimmick was, when you step on stage, ain't nobody gonna know who I am until I open up my mouth and sing. A lot of people came to me and told me that was me in the videotape, and I'm the one that set up my brother by actually filming this tape for him to go down. This is what I mean by people don't be knowing what they talking about at all on so many levels. And like I said, I was angry. A lot of things that I did say, it was out of anger, Tasha.
So what exactly did you exaggerate about on that story? Because, you know, you've told that story several times about him wanting you to take the fall. I believe he was going to give you like a car and $50,000 or something. And this was your life at stake. I think he was at the time facing 15 plus years or something like that.
Right. Well, actually, at the time, Bruce is the one told me that. Our other brother. This is what I mean by people putting wedges in between situations. This is my older brother.
Okay.
You know, Bruce told me that's what was said. And so I took it and ran with it. I never talked to Robert, and Robert told me that. But I'm thinking in my head that my older brother told me this. It might be true.
Okay. So R. Kelly calling you your brother Robert, and I got to stop calling him R. Kelly to you because you only know him as Robert. Rob calls you, and the story was Rob calls you and asks you, and you say, "Hell no, I'm not doing that." And that kind of that was the story. But now you're saying
that was never this. Robert never called me.
Yeah, but I'm saying I think that's how it was translated, even though you said it was exaggerated. You see what I'm saying?
No, I never said that Robert called me.
Okay.
First of all, we talking about R. Kelly. He's not going to call me and leave on my voicemail like Bruce did. Bruce left us on my voicemail. Okay.
Okay.
I never talked to Robert.
Okay.
So, I mean, like I said, it's a lot of things and that's why I'm here. I'm here for what it's worth. For things that I said out of anger and immaturity, that's what I'm here to straighten out.
What was the worst thing that you think you said about your brother to the public that you felt was just like, you know what, this is too far?
It's a lot of things that I said that I feel like I went too far on.
And I don't mean to laugh. I don't mean to laugh.
I'm just being 1,000. You know, I'm adding another zero to it. You know, I mean, it's a lot of things that I know that I said that I feel like I went to the moon, like the honeymooners. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And like I said, I really feel bad about that, Tasha. I really do. That's why I'm here to set the record straight. For those who believe, they believe. For those that don't, I don't give a damn.
Have you ever seen or witnessed your brother having sex or relations with underage women?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Have you ever seen or witnessed your brother getting numbers from underage women?
Well, I've witnessed him get numbers. I mean, I can't tell how old they was. I mean, that's I'm just being honest. I didn't ask them for the ID.
Okay.
I mean, you know, I got daughters that look like my 15-year-old look like she's 18.
Oh, wow.
So, I mean, you know, only I know how old she is unless she have an ID or her mama know how old she is. But my point that I'm making is you can't look at people and just say, well, this is that and this is that. Yeah, I said it but I didn't know how old they were. So that's just me putting a narrative out there because I hear other people saying it and I'm angry at my brother. Okay. That's it.
Wow. I gotta say, I'm a little shocked, but I'm shocked because like I did not know, you know, I only know what you tell me, and you are the direct family, the last one standing in the immediate family of, you know, Robert Kelly. And so to hear this, I'm kind of taken aback because there's been so many things put out about your brother, not only from you, but a lot of people. And there have been people who I personally caught in lies and trust, like that will be coming out and unfolding. And this interview starting with you is just the tip of the iceberg. Just, you know, just kind of giving a little sample of what's to come.
All I know is, and I'm not going to speak about the case,
Yeah.
and different things of that nature. But all I know is there's no way that my brother should just be in jail by himself. If that's what they feel, that he's guilty on different things and different charges and whatever, it's no way possible he could have did all this by himself. You know, I think it's a lot of people that should be accountable that was actually in his empire that helped put these things together. If people say that they brought him girls or they took people around or picked people up from the airport, why they not in jail? If they was a part of the machine that he's supposed to be in this industry or in this world, what they making them out to be, why they not in jail? Why the mother's not in jail? Why the father's not in jail that knew what their daughter was allegedly doing? Why he is the only one that is taking the hit for these things? He couldn't have did all this stuff that they say that he did by himself. And that's the truth.
Did you ever think that it would come to this, like your brother having to go up and face so many charges, not only federally, but statewide? Did you ever think that it would come to this?
No, I never thought that it would come down to this, Tasha, but I did used to tell Robert all the time, you know, that sometimes when God bless you or bless us with a gift, it's a curse right around the corner waiting. And the curse was the wrong people in his camp. The curse was the people who basically wanted to see him go down and wanted to set him up for him to go down, because he invited everybody into his circle. You can't do that. Even the people that I was telling them that I didn't trust, he still had them around for a long time. He had them around so long that I even left. When I left, they still was around. But so I seen the snakes slithering in the grass, and for the people that called me Judas, this is a message to Benedict Arnold, because they Benedict Arnold to me. Judas never admitted that he was wrong.
That's true.
Okay, that's the difference. That's what you call a real stand-up guy. And I'm not tooting my own horn, but when somebody do something wrong and they ask for forgiveness, or they admit that they wrong and they faults, and they only human, they not perfect. You know what I'm saying? It's the people that walk around that think they're perfect, and the people that don't that don't make mistakes, but they see everybody else's. That's impossible.
What if they were to say that the reason you weren't around is because you were a snake yourself?
I mean, that's their opinion, and they're like assholes. Everybody got them.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Like I say, I can actually accept constructive criticism from people if they can tell us what they did wrong. Then we can talk on the same level. But see, what people do and what they become acclimated in doing is they do stuff and they keep it quiet. It's on the hush hush. They don't say nothing. But then they point the finger. My mama told me every time you point the finger, the thumb come back in your face. You ever notice that? You can't really even point your fingers with your thumb without the thumb pointing back in your face. So people always want to pass judgments on other people, but they don't want nobody to know that they not perfect. And that's what people do. Actually, people do them type of things because they want to pass the buck on. You'll hear people saying, yeah, he a rapist, and they mess with little girls. That's my point. You'll hear people say that. You'll hear people cast stones and pass judgment on other people because they don't want to really do it. So the people that saying I'm Judas, they really Judas. You know what I'm saying? People that's saying that he's a pedophile and they believe it. I know what I said. I know I repeated what everybody else said. But once again, I'm here as a man and I'm standing up and being accountable before God. And anybody and everybody that's watching this to say I was wrong. It get no bigger than that. And I'm not trying to make it big. It get no bigger than that. It get no better than that for a person to say I was wrong. They say the first step to recovery is admitting, right? That don't just go for drugs. A person can't come off drugs unless they stop and realize and admit that they are on drugs. How you gonna fix something that you don't feel is broke?
I know you said it was anger, but do you feel like maybe it was a little jealousy of your brother?
No, it was never jealousy.
I mean, anger and jealousy are kind of neck and neck.
No, anger and jealousy is not neck and neck, especially when you feel like you've been done wrong. That's just like a reflex. If a female walk up to you like, yeah, you Tasha K, ain't you? You like, yeah, you thinking she want an autograph, from you, and she just hop up and slap you. What you gonna do? You gonna knock that bitch out?
I will. You right.
It's reflex.
Yeah,
it's reflex.
Okay. So
somebody pinch you and you wasn't expecting to come. You gonna hit them.
So your actions,
it's reflex.
So your actions were just reflecting what your brother.
Every action has every cause has an effect. Every action has a reaction.
So what was so bad that he?
Wait a minute. I can't. I missed some of this, guys, because I got interrupted with a phone call from my sister. It was very important. I had to take the call. I had to solve a problem real quick. Situation was solved. So I missed some of this actual live here. But why is Carrie killing killer? I'm going to say it again. Was you lying then or is you lying now? What the fuck is going on? What is going on, guys? I just dropped the link. So for anyone, once this live interview is done, if anyone wants to jump on the panel and have something to say about this, you are more than welcome to join the panel. If not, you can call in. I will put my number on the screen when the time is right. This guy is now trying to retract everything that he has said. Why? Is it because he's down with Don Russell to get some money out of R. Kelly's personal, his catalog, right? His masters and shit. He figures, well, if I stick with Don and Don does finally get to sell this shit, maybe Don will hit me off with some money and Don will take his cut and then R. Kelly will get the rest. Hey, you never know. It's just a theory. I'm just throwing it out there. This is not a fact. I missed a bunch of lies. I'm pretty sure I did. He's been in a what? He done been at a rehab learning all the wrong information. I think so too, lady. Starts from the family first. Should have gotten the help that he needed. Then he should have stopped smelling himself and got the help that he needed. Yeah, I agree, Karen. James said he missed a bunch of He's still not seeing him in years, even before he got locked up, because he said in 2018 in the first documentary. He sure did. He was lying then and he's lying now. Right. Oh, man. Both Bruce and Carrie got addictions. They will say whatever to whomever for cash. Facts, Sarah. I agree with that. When you have a monkey on your back, you will do anything for money to get that monkey for your back. Okay? Let's continue. And Tasha's like, she's trying her best to be like, nigga, you lying, but whatever.
She gonna get dropped.
It's reflex.
Okay. So
somebody pinch you and you wasn't expecting to come. You gonna hit them.
So your actions.
It's reflex.
So your actions were just reflecting what your brother.
Every action has every cause has an effect. Every action has a reaction.
Well, what was so bad that he did that?
Everything has a cause and an effect, y'all.
A backlash of over a 20-year span between you two. Like, what was it?
It was a lot of things, Tasha, in my mind. The fact that the people that he chose over me is the same people that brought him down to this day. The people that he chose over his brother.
Who?
He chose Barry. He chose Aaliyah family. He chose a lot of different people, management, you know, you name it, road managers, personal managers. He chose everybody over his family, and that's only because they was only doing what he. Hey, Rob, man, you know, they was yes sirs, but they had an agenda.
Now,
so being that you and your brother weren't really yes sirs, that's why you weren't working with him anymore. Or it was because you was stealing from him. One or the other. Am I right, guys? I think I'm right.
I know you had mentioned before that, you know, one of the things that really pissed you off with him is that, you know, your grandmother, she was being buried and he didn't donate to her burial. And she was someone that was really a big part of keeping your family together. Was that true? Did he not donate, or was that something you were just saying? Did he?
That was true.
Okay. Now, what about?
Oh, shit. Carrie Kelly just said, yes, that was true. My brother R. Kelly did not pay for my mother's burial. He didn't even get her a tombstone. We had to come out of $750 out of our pocket to pay for a stone to put in the ground for our mama. Like I said, R. Kelly has a woman issue. And I was watching the Nexium documentary called The Vow on HBO Max. Guys, I recommend you watch that. You know, this guy is just like R. Kelly. He was just like R. Kelly. Smooth character. Got everybody where he wanted them to be. Had everybody's mind brainwashed. Brain manipulation. Psychology is a strong thing. And when you have people who have weak minds, they fall for anything. When you're gullible, you will fall for anything. When you're an empath, you will fall for anything.
About the, I guess, was that true? And he didn't donate to her burial, and she was someone that was really a big part of keeping your family together. Was that true? Did he not donate, or was that something you were just saying? Did he?
That was true.
Okay.
Like I said, he's mad at his mother. He was mad at his mother for taking that $5,000 to shut up and to free the man who molested her son. That's why he has a problem with women to this day. Things happen to him and psychologically he's fucked up in the head and developed a sickness for sex. That's his weakness. And then got STDs and decided to spread it around like wild fucking fire. I could just imagine how many more girls have herpes that have not come out to speak.
Okay. Now, what about the, I guess, him not wanting to help your mother financially unless she got rid of your stepfather?
That was true.
Okay.
See, that's what I'm saying. It was the truth mixed with other things that I added, you know. But those things right there hurt me. That's my mother. That was his mother.
Mm-hmm. Him paying you $250 a week while paying other people on his team that wasn't family thousands of dollars a month.
That was true. So what I'm saying is, how can jealousy derive from things that people is actually doing? They're actually doing it. Those things. When it comes to my mama, ain't nobody got a chance when it come to me. Okay, so that was one of the things that kind of geared me toward being angry with my brother, because that was true about my mother. You understand what I'm saying? But that ain't no crime. You follow me? That's not a crime. That's something he got to deal with God. And I used to tell my brother, man, God don't love you more than he loved us because you're famous. Whatever you put out there, it's gonna come back. Whatever I put out there, it's gonna come back. That's why I'm trying to make things right. I gotta make it right. Because you, with nobody else, got nowhere to put Carrie Kelly when I leave this earth. Period.
Wow.
They can talk all they want to, but nobody got nowhere to put me. Nobody got nowhere to put you, or nobody. At the end of the day, we got to answer to that man upstairs. And that's where I'm at in my life. And on top of that, with me going through the things that I've been going through with lies, you did interviews with my kids' mothers. You see, they lied on me. You caught them.
Well, I didn't do no public interviews because I did catch the mothers and lies and the children as well. When it was
I believe
right
so,
after
Karen.
you did your interview with me, and they started contacting me saying, "Oh, he's a pedophile too." And you know, when it came time to getting specifics, you know, they were going in circles. What he said, she did. Well, did this person do this to you? Well, no, but I heard. So I mean,
so I got it back. What I'm saying is, I got it back. The lies that I told on my brother being angry, I got it back. Okay. Because
And did you know that in that moment?
I didn't realize it right then, right away.
Okay.
But as time progressed, I started realizing it. Yeah. I had to see my wrong first, because when a person think they right, they ain't gonna see that. I had to see my wrong. I had to come within this place within myself.
Right.
You know, even when it came to them trying to take me on the Yana Fix My Life, that was real. They tried to actually take me on a Yana, and they actually canceled the
Who tried to take you to Ayana?
And everything a day before we were supposed to all fly out.
Because they found out that your family was lying.
Exactly.
I remember that.
Exactly.
I had spoken with one of the producers from Ayana Fix My Life.
And the only thing that I told Ayana producers was, I would take a lie detector test because I have nothing to hide. I said, I want them to take lie detector tests, my kids to take lie detector tests, and I want y'all to have the police on the set, because when I prove that they lying, I want everybody going to jail. And that's how I felt. So I started seeing different things too. And I ain't got no money or no fame like that. But so
wait a minute. What? Wait a minute. Carey Kelly and his family, they wanted him to go to Ayala Fix My Life. What? And the reason why the show didn't happen is because he realized that the family was lying. So was it the whole family, or was it just them against you? Wow. I confess. Yo, we're going to pay that. We're going to play that. We're going to play that after this. I don't know what he's doing, Cherise. Y'all know I'm in the back, right? Y'all know I'm burning, right? Y'all already know. So y'all got me rolling in the chat. Y'all is too much. Let's continue, because this guy is tripping me out right now. What the fuck is going on? Yo, for those that are smoking, spark that shit up. For those who are having your wine, please have a sip, because this is too much. Oh, Lord. I cannot. These people are so strange to me. All of them.
Man, I want everybody going to jail. And that's how I felt. So I started seeing different things too. And I ain't got no money or no fame like that. But so it started resonating in my head. What my brother is going through is on 100,000 levels than what I went through with no money.
Fat boy.
So people need to understand before they start opening up their mouth and talking just to be heard. Make it make sense.
Have you ever seen your brother abuse anyone physically, as far as hitting them or holding them hostage, or because they said that this behavior had developed because he was famous and he had to put parameters in place because he didn't trust people? Had you ever seen or witnessed that?
Never. I said it.
So tell us about your...
But I ain't never seen that.
So aside from everything that you did say, you know, you guys had, of course, family issues like everybody else has.
Mm-hmm.
The only difference is your family issues are on stage. What type of person was your brother in the height of his career?
Well,
because now that you understand why I'm asking this,
right.
Because everyone is painted such a bad picture of him that if you thought of pedophile, and it's really not, I wouldn't say pedophilia, it's more so like statutory rape. There's a difference. Like if you're sleeping with teenagers and you're an adult, that's statutory rape. But anybody below that, I would say 10, even 12, 13 under, then I could say that's pedophilia. Pedophilia is, it's two different sides of the spectrum, although all are bad, but we all come from an era where teenagers dated grown men and it was accepted. And our mothers were wives of...
You don't see Blade? How you don't see Blade?
And it was accepted. A lot of times they were married off
right.
by their family. So to see the spectrum switch overnight to a thing that we're accustomed to, and it still goes on around the world, you know, it can take some time to shift because this was once okay. And I'm not saying that it's okay, but this lifestyle was once okay. It was not crazy or pedophilic or any way bad for me as a 15-year-old to date someone that was 25 when I was 15.
Right.
And bring him home and everybody welcome him.
Well, people should know that it's okay based upon our history. That's where light-skinned people came from, because they mixed with something. You see our skin color.
What?
Okay. When it's like that, that's how our race be. But when you see the light-skinned people, and nothing against them, that's because they have. And I've asked my friends. I say, man, you know, you got some white people here. Man, my grandmama white. My great grandmama white. Mm-hmm. They would tell me that. They light bright, damn they're white, you know, so but they black. Mm-hmm. So I mean, you know, that's it wasn't a problem when they was doing that to our women and our great grandmothers and great grandmothers and so on.
Thank
and so
you,
forth.
Andrew.
So I mean, that's what it is.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, what type of person would you say that your brother was? Like, because I've heard his schedule. Like he had a very rigid schedule. Mm-hmm. He slept during the day, recorded at night, and had sex at night, and played basketball. That was pretty much his routine. But character-wise, how would you describe your brother's character as an adult?
Well, character-wise, Rob was funny.
Okay.
He would crack jokes. He the one came up with the idea when we was on tour, you know, if you fall asleep, you know, you roll some tissue up and stick it in somebody's nose and make them smack themselves. That was Robert, you know. The jokester.
He was the jokester, y'all.
He meant what he said. You know, he started not trusting a lot of people.
Why?
You know,
because he was doing dirty shit.
Make a person go into some type of paranoia situation, but he started not trusting a lot of people because they showed him that he couldn't trust them.
He started smoking weed, sniffing coke, getting paranoid. These things
You
happen.
know,
He's a narcissist.
He called me in this room, and you was able to look through the window and stuff and see his basketball gym. And
people peeking through the
he
windows.
said, "Man, look at these niggas up in here eating off me, man. And you know, they drinking my liquor up and everything, man." I said, "Well, Rob, what you want me to do?
Well,
I'll put these motherfuckers out right now."
Why are you buying
That's
it?
who I was. That's who I am.
Stop buying it.
And that's why I think a lot of people want
Problem
to get
solved.
me away from him, because they want to put that wedge between us with the things that they were saying. And I'm looking at my brother like he changed on me. Mm-hmm. And then he looking at me like I changed on him, because man, I don't want to put him out, man. I said, "Well, what you complaining about him for? If you don't trust him, why they here?" So he had a lot of people around him that he didn't trust. And if he did lash out, it was only because they did something to him. He didn't just lash out.
Right. They didn't do as they were told.
Somebody stole something from him, he would.
They didn't say yes, man.
Most jobs have fired you. Yeah. You know, I got fired.
No, he just docked people their money.
You know, I ain't know.
And say you working for free, nigga.
You know,
from your brother.
Yeah, from my brother. I got fired and hired. You know, but for me, it wasn't. Even though I got paid $250 a week, and it was hard for me to take care of my kids off that, I never felt like Robert
$250 a week.
See, a jealous person is gonna feel like somebody owed them something. Mm-hmm. I never felt that. I used to go to Rob and say, "Hey, Rob, man, pay me what I'm worth."
What?
That's it.
We gotta play.
That my job on me performing on stage, doing 4 and 5 songs, and sometimes we gotta play. I confess. So we doing that twice, 2 concerts in one day. I knew it was worth more than that, and it was hard for me to take care of my kids. I never asked for something for nothing. I've always worked and didn't have no problem at it, because my mama taught me, God bless the child that got his own. So if you work for something, then can't nobody ever hold that up or throw it in your face and make it seem like they done anything for you, because you earned it. That was one of the problems that I had.
I'm sure that, your brother does have communication with some people on the outside. And of course they are viewers of my show. Anything R. Kelly that comes out, even the feds are watching. Hi. What would you want to say to your brother? Not to the viewers, but to your brother.
Well, I want to tell my brother that, that I love him. I apologize, and I'm sorry for everything that I did wrong toward him. And I just hope he can forgive me, and we can move forward past this. Everything that I thought that he did to me, and everything that I felt like he done wrong to me, I forgive him for it. Life is too short, and you only get one chance to make it right. Because once we 6 feet in that ground, ain't no more chances. It's over. That's the truth. So while I'm alive, and while he's alive, right, and while anybody in my family, it ain't even just about my brother. It's about my family. Right. My family has been torn apart behind this.
Yes, I agree.
It's like a blessing and a curse.
What's the blessing?
The blessing is he made it. The blessing is Robert put our family in position to be able to do things that I would have never went around the world by myself. He made that happen. Dedicate this to my favorite girl. My mama is in the video because of Robert. I get a chance to see my mama move.
All right, wait a minute. If he would have really been a blessing to your family, he would have bought his family homes. All that money he had. Bruce could have had a house. Carrie could have had a house. Mama Joanna could have had a brand new house. Mama Joanna could have had a brand new car. Mama Joanna might not have died of cancer, God forbid, if he would have had the amount of money to save her life. Well, she passed away before he really got famous, so we're not going to say that. But he could have given her a headstone, a proper burial, a nice burial, because that's his mama, his favorite person in the whole wide world. He wasn't no damn blessing to your family. He was a blessing to himself and forgot about the family. How about that? Isn't that what happened, bro? That's why you really mad? I understand. I'd be mad too.
Forever. Is Robert put us, our family, in position to be able to do things that I would have never went around the world by myself. He made that happen. Dedicate this to my favorite girl. My mama is in the video because of Robert. I get a chance to see my mama move forever.
What's the curse?
I get a chance to see my mama move. And that means so much to me. That means so much to me.
Ty, this is where he started crying and Don Russell came in the scene to give him a tissue. I'm going to show this video, I think like 10 seconds of it, or maybe I can, or 30 seconds, something like that. Let me see.
My family has been tore apart behind this. It's like a blessing and a curse.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to share my screen just for one moment and show y'all. Okay. Hold on. All right.
What's the blessing?
The blessing is he made it. The blessing is Robert put us, our family, in position to be able to do things that I would have never went around the world by myself. He made that happen. Dedicate this to my favorite girl. My mama is in the video because of Robert. I get a chance to see my mama move forever.
What's the curse?
I get a chance to see my mama move. And that means so much to me. That means so much to me. That means a whole lot to me. So I can't just sit up here and look at the negative things that was petty. It was petty. I see that now. That's why God put me in his shoes, for me to be able to go through things on a smaller level, to understand what he's going through on a bigger level.
Why are you crying?
Because it's hurtful. It's hurtful that I did the things that I did and said the things that I said. And I still have to give him some type of props because he did things that could nobody do. I'm able to go to the video and see my mother get in the limousine, waiting at the bus stop.
Sucking on a lollipop.
And she get in the limousine and she look at her son and she smile at him.
Yo, y'all know him.
Because she's happy that he made it. Robert made that happen.
I believe I can fly.
I can still see my mama immortalized forever. Where it's like that, and I go to that video all the time, and I pull it up just so I can see my mama move one more time.
God bless.
Her birthday was just yesterday. And which was Today, I think is the 9th, if I'm not mistaken.
Today the 9th. Her birthday is the 8th of October.
8th, and
So I don't mean to
No.
cut you off,
No,
but
this is your
I
time.
have to look at, you know, like I said, the positive things, you know. If it wasn't for Robert, I wouldn't have been able to go around the world and see things and cities and stuff that I never probably would have saw on my own. Even though I came back to the hood, you know, and people like, man, you back in the hood? Yeah, I'm back in the hood. But I've been somewhere that y'all ain't never been, and you probably would never go.
I believe I can fly.
I owe that to my brother. Those was the blessings, and to be able to see my mama proud of her son and happy that we all was on tour before she died. You know, we was acting as a family that she raised. Her morals and values and stuff that she instilled in us, she was able to see them before she closed her eyes forever. But then things changed. And that's where the curse came in at.
Oh.
Things changed by yes sirs incorporating themselves into the situation. So of course, my brother looked at me and probably a lot of other people in the family that said, no, man, I don't feel like playing basketball tonight. I just did a show with you. I'm tired.
Right. See?
So we would get into it over that.
That's why. Why. Because he wasn't a yes man.
Man, I don't feel like going to the mall. I'm going to get some sleep, man. I'm going to get some rest. So I'm going to chill in the room,
just
man.
Like Dre
I got my
said.
girlfriend flying in, man. I'm going to chill with my girlfriend or whatever.
Dre said I wasn't a yes man either. He would be mad.
Because everybody else saying yes. So I'm looking like a hater because I'm a man, and my mama taught me to stand up for what you believe in, because if you don't, you'll fall for anything. So I told him, no, man, I'm not finna do that, bro. I'm gonna go and chill. You know, I don't feel like going out. So it's different things that came along with that turned it into a curse where everybody that's around him is doing everything that he pretty much say. If he say, man, jump off them stairs, man, they'll do it. So the yes sirs was enablers.
Yes, sir, the flying monkeys.
Because they didn't love him enough to tell him right from wrong on anything.
Exactly, they didn't love him enough.
Anything in life, whether I remember one time he played this beat for me, and he said, man, he said, I want you to listen to this. He played it. He said, man, this beat is off. He said, I made it off on purpose. He said, watch these niggas tell me it's hot. So he played the beat.
He said,
it was obvious because you dancing, you grooving to this beat. But if you dancing and grooving to it, you're going to do that. Because I'm talking about, it's some crazy shit that happened after that. Boom, 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 boom. It don't even make sense. And Nick's like, Rob, that's it, man, that's hot. That's what he had around him. That's what he was accustomed to having around him, because, and he knew it. He knew these people was around him for a lot of wrong reasons. So some way, I think he wanted them gone, and on the other hand, he wanted them to stay because they actually stroked his ego, so to speak, on things that he knew he was wrong. Man, how they gonna tell me this beat is hot, man? I know it's off. It's off. You can't even groove to it. You groove to it, and then I do some stupid stuff right here to make you it'll throw your groove off. How can that be hot? But he did that on purpose. So that's why I think that he knew, even with the basketball situation, about people in this gym and they drinking up his drinks and they eating his food up. He knew that these people was no good for him, but yet he still had them around.
Well, listen, like I said, it takes courage to come back and right your wrongs. And I do appreciate you being honest. And like I said, I had no clue. I was only here to get the heart, to get what was on your heart after the verdict. Because no one has talked to the Kelly family at all. And I thought that was really strange that, you know, he has family and no one has even thought to pick up the phone and see how this has affected your family. And you're really the last of the family. When Bruce gets out, I would love to have him sit down and talk to him. And I don't want to add more pain to your situation. And like I said, this takes courage, and I do appreciate you even having the courage to sit down with me, because you didn't have to. You didn't have to do any of this.
That's right.
And so I want to thank you, and I'm not going to hold you.
Thank you,
Is there
Tasha
anything
K.
else you want to say before we end this conversation?
I just basically want to cover the fact of my entire family has been displaced. And what I mean by that is when I went against my brother and things of that nature, you got some family that felt where I was coming from. Okay. Because they seen the things that happened with me and they love me as well. Then you got some family members that feel like I was wrong, which I was. So it kind of tore us apart.
Is he trying to be? Is he trying to be R. Kelly's? What do you call that? People when you leave money in charge of them? I forgot what that's called. Power of attorney. Is this why he's trying to say he was lying then? He's telling the truth now. I'm confused.
We don't really be around each other. We don't have family reunions. We don't even sit down and have a conversation.
Wow. Ayala needs to fix your lives.
And
every family has issues, I know.
Disrespectful to our ancestors that's gone. So I basically want to apologize to my family as well. For my actions and the things that I did that was not right. I really want to get my family back together. Those that want to get back together, because it takes two to tango. It takes two to get along. I can't get along with nobody by myself. They can't get along with me by themselves. So I just want to put that out there. So if they watching this, so they can see that I'm transparent, you know, with everything that I'm doing moving forward in my life. Because what's done in the dark, it come to light anyway. So you might as well be truthful. And that's what I want a lot of people to realize and understand, that whatever they're doing in the dark and they pointing fingers out to people and they pointing pink fingers at people, whatever they're doing, it's going to be shown. Is they going to be man or woman enough to stand up and be accountable? That's the question for today.
I did want to ask one last question. There was a conversation we had about your brother, R. Kelly, impregnating his niece. Is that true?
No.
It's the niece.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tasha.
Anytime. Come here. Give me a hug. Give me a hug. You big baby.
Hey, I ain't got no problem with that. Because at the end of the day, you know, I'm a man.
Yeah.
And people that claim that they men that don't have emotions, they just walk in this earth with no soul.
Yeah.
They're like a streetwalker. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not afraid to express my feelings and how I feel. You know, that's who I am.
So I got to be real with myself and real with anybody and everybody. If a person don't have any type of feelings, they don't exist. So there it is. The emotions rising and everything, you know, I'm giving all of me to anybody that want to see it. It ain't an act. It ain't. It's the realness of it. Because when I'm talking about my brother, I'm giving him accolades and things that he did that he didn't have to do. He did it anyway. So overall, Robert is good people. He just been dealt the bad hand, wrong hand, and having the wrong people around him. That's it. He's not perfect. Nobody is. Not me, not nobody. But overall, he's good people.
So you felt like your brother was innocent?
I feel like he is innocent because a lot of things that these people has convicted him of is by hearsay. Just like I was saying things because I heard it. Mm-hmm. It don't make it credible. It shouldn't make it credible.
It's hearsay, guys. It's hearsay.
And a lot of these things haven't been proven. It's only because somebody said this. That's like I can say, hey, I was doing an interview with Tasha and she just stole on me, man. I'm just saying. And then everybody just believed that.
Weren't there videos and audio tapes and letters and documents and paperwork and all these types of trails that they were showing? All these exhibits, pictures, people they knew, connections, patterns, all these things connected. I'm confused.
You know what I'm saying? What is we doing here if people can say this and say that? I almost went to jail because baby mama said I broke my son arm. I almost went to jail because a baby mama lied on me because we're not together. That, you know what I'm saying? But I proven it in the court of law that it was a lie. That's the only reason I'm still here. But going to court for 3 years, facing 15 to 30, that was real.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Tasha K, for that. That was a great interview. You could have got deeper with him, but we know, you got to do what you got to do, sis. You got to do what you got to do. Props to you, Tasha K. Thank you for that live interview with him. That was the fakest interview I've ever seen in my life. Oh, man. And on that note, where am I? On that note, we are going to, listen to a little something real quick. Let me see, how long is this? All right.
A lot of my 23 years, but Donkey of the Day is a new one.
Donkey of the Day for Wednesday, August 8th. Today is the 8th, right?
Yes.
Wednesday, August 8th goes to Carey Kelly. Who is Carey Kelly? Carey Kelly is the brother of R. Kelly, and I had no idea Carey Kelly was a recording artist. And after hearing this record he has put out towards his brother, I think it's best that none of us know he's a recording artist. Now, you may know Carey Kelly from criticizing his brother for years. He claimed in a 2006 interview that R. Kelly offered him $50,000, a record deal, and a house if he agreed to say publicly that it was him, not his brother, in that now infamous sex tape that led to R. Kelly's child pornography charges, of which R. Kelly was found not guilty. Now, here's the thing: people should speak out against R. Kelly. Always. Okay? And the behavior he's shown us over the years. Hold him accountable, especially since his narrative never seems to change. And it's clear for all to see that R. Kelly have historically always had a problem. But how you hold him accountable is very important.
Hey, Ruby.
How you deliver the message is crucial. And
hey,
Carey
Granny.
Kelly is a prime example of it's not what you're saying, but how you say it that matters. And Carey Kelly has released a reply to R. Kelly's I Admit. Now, I Admit was a 19-minute song. R. Kelly posted on Instagram. And no, he didn't post it on Instagram. He put that song out back in July, right? And it touches on the allegations that he sleeps with underage girls and is holding women hostage and what some people describe as a cult. I would play a snippet of the song for you just in case you haven't heard it, but the song is 19 minutes. No such thing as a snippet of a 19-minute song. A snippet of a 19-minute song would be 5 minutes, and I don't have that kind of time, okay? Just know that Killer, which is the moniker Carrie Kelly raps under, wants all the smoke because of this record. Now, in this reply, he's accusing his brother of lying, spreading STDs, and not caring about their mother's death. And he said his mom only has a $500 tombstone. I don't know if any of this is true. It's always three sides to a story: R. Kelly side, Carrie Kelly side, and the truth. And the truth is something we never really get to nowadays because nobody cares about the truth, and the lie is more entertaining. And the way Carrie Kelly decided to tell his truth, or his side of the story, is quite entertaining in the wackest of ways.
I don't like Charlamagne the God, but
from Carrie Kelly.
No.
I wouldn't. All right, you don't have a choice. Let's start it from the top. I confess. Okay, hold on. Stop right there.
It's very aggressive. It's very aggressive sounding.
First of all,
I confess.
First of all, I don't want to hear a long intro from someone whose music I'm not checking for anyway. Okay, the only reason I'm listening to this is to hear what you have to say about your brother. What you just heard was 16 seconds, and he still didn't get to the rap. You have to be a grade A superstar artist in order to have a 16-second intro. All this build up just to let me down. And you know what really grinds my gears?
What grinds your gears?
When someone replies to a song and says, "You should have never said my name." All right. First of all, you don't mean that because you are ecstatic that he said your name. That was the highlight of your year thus far. Him saying your name is what inspired you to go in the booth and create this struggle that we still haven't gotten to yet because your intro is 16 seconds long. Actually more, because I stopped it at 16 seconds. Okay? You should have never said my name, as if you are about to unleash a Tupac, hit 'em up, Nas, Ether type beat on R. Kelly's head top. Are you ready to finally skip the long intro and get into Carrie Kelly's I Confess? Huh? You want to hear a Carrie Kelly's I Confess, his reply to I Admit by R. Kelly?
Yes.
You want to hear it? Here it go.
Again, I told you stop being fucked with me. You know that I be that G from the streets. When your fans beat this, they gon' push me, please. You see me, you get scared, you call police. You know my time's on hand cause you got cheese. You gave them females some crazy disease. I want you to know that mama, not please. You gon' get back everything done to me, I confess.
Fought on this record. More booty bombs. Let that ass gas rip. Fire that button, bazooka. Let those cheeks squeeze.
In the second dish hurt because you know it dead wrong. Confess.
Why he just do an interview?
My point exactly. All right, here's the thing, Carrie. You're probably making a lot of valid points in this record, but I don't hear any of them. You know why? Because this record is gourmet garbage. All right, there's high levels of fecal matter in the ocean that is I Confess. Okay, the reason Carrie Kelly is getting donkey today, because the truth is, Carrie, you're clout chasing. All right, you're probably correct about everything you're saying about your brother R. Kelly, but your intention is to not tell the truth about your brother. Your intention here is to try to get your musical career popping. All right, everything you said in that Basora rap ballad, you could have tweeted. Okay, that could have been a long Instagram caption. That could have been on Facebook. You could have did an IG live video. As Envy just said, you could have did an interview. You know, you could have did all that. Instead, you decided to waste 2 minutes and 30 seconds of our lives attempting to spit hot fire, and instead, you gave us a warm anal exhale. You know, I once heard a quote by attorney Anita Hill, and she said, "I resent the idea that people would blame the messenger for the message rather than looking at the content of the message itself." I usually would agree, you know, I would agree with what Ms. Hill said, but what about when the actual content is whack? How can I even get to the message or the messenger when the actual content causes rectal turbulence? Huh? Please give Carrie Kelly the sweet sounds and the Hamiltons. You are the donkey of the day. You are the donkey of the day.
We gonna play the real song though, guys. Wait, he said you gave some girls some crazy disease. Mama's not pleased. I confess. Oh no. Ty. What he confessing to, Ty? What he confessing for his brother. That's what he's doing. He confessed the fact that his brother offered him money and a contract deal and took it away. Oh shit. Wait. I'm gonna rewind it again, guys. Oh man. Wait a minute, y'all. I got another one for y'all. Hold up. This is supposed to be another song by Carrie Kelly, and it's called Me All By My Lonely. Religion. All by my lonely.
This is me all by my lonely. I don't need no homies. These niggas be phony. My own family's on me. They wanna say that I'm wrong, cause I speak my mind, but they don't pay my bills, so they can't waste my time. I'm riding around and I'm grinding all day and all night. My bills paid, my crib laid, and I'm gonna be alright. That's why I stay to myself, focus stacking my wealth. I can't load you no dime, and I won't lay you no hell. It's just me about my lonely, me about my lonely, me about my lonely. I don't need no homies. Me about my lonely, me about my lonely, me about my lonely. These niggas be lonely. Me about my lonely, me about my lonely, me about my lonely. I don't need no homies. Me about my lonely, me about my lonely, me about my lonely. These bitches be lonely. They hate on me when I'm doing bad. Hate on me when I'm doing good. Everybody wants something from that. Get it anyway that they could. Baby mama was my gold nigga. Try to pimp this cold nigga. Knew the bitch wasn't right for me. Put it on my soul, nigga. Poison me in my kids' minds. Turn them against me, they still mine. What's done in the dark gon' come to light. And best believe that I still shine. Poison in my kids' minds. Turn them against me, they still mine. What's done in the dark gon' come to light. And best believe that I still shine. This is me about my lonely. Me about my lonely. Me about my lonely. I don't need no lonely. Me about my lonely. Me about my lonely. Me about my lonely. These niggas be lonely. Me about my lonely. Me about my lonely. Me about my lonely. I don't need no lonely. Me about my lonely. Me about my lonely. Me about my lonely. These bitches be lonely. These hates be tricky and snitching on their homies. Smiling in your face, on my hood, they be phony. If I ever do crime, I'ma do it by my loan. Never tricking on myself. I bet these cops won't get on me. If I'm locked down in that cell, nobody giving a hell. My bitch fucking my homie and they got the money for bail. That baby can't be mine. She was not when I was in jail. I see that fake love and it's all good, but they think that I can't tell. It's just me about my lonely, me about my lonely, me about my lonely. I don't need no lonely. Me about my lonely, me about my lonely, me about my lonely. These niggas be lonely. Me about my lonely, me about my lonely, me about my lonely. I don't need no lonely. Me about my lonely, me about my lonely, me about my lonely. These bitches be lonely. It's just me about my lonely, me about my lonely, me about my lonely. I don't need no lonely. Me about my lonely, me about my lonely, me about my lonely. These niggas be lonely. Me about my lonely, me about my lonely, me about my lonely. I don't need no lonely. Me about my lonely, me about my lonely, me about my lonely. These bitches be lonely.
Yeah. That beat was good though. The beat was bopping. Come on, y'all. It was like, hey, hey. The beat was good. All right, you were lonely. All right, you lonely. Me and my lonely. You go, boo boo. You go. Yo, James. James. That ain't it, bro. James. Yo. I'm fucking dead. Yo, y'all crazy. I love you guys. Yeah, I can't. This, it wasn't that bad, right? Wings, the beat was catchy. The beat was catchy. Hey, Wings, top notch. What's up, baby? Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Robin. You know, encore. That's what's up, Carrie. That's what's up. I started playing I Confess, and like 10 people dropped out the chat. Oh, shit. Oh, man. That shit put me out, y'all. These doesn't change their mother soon, so I had enough to rent that tux for his brother court date. Well, allegedly, it was the fans. The fans actually bought him suits. Karen. You're a Carrie fan? Yo, I'm about to drop this link for anybody who wants to get on the count. For anybody who wants to jump on the panel real quick and has anything to say to the interview or to Carrie Kelly's I Confess. One more time. No. It's already a no for me. James. Fat boy. Y'all two better get up on my link. Come on, guys. Let me know. Oh, man. No. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Fat
Can
boy.
you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes. Yes.
Let me turn
Can
this
you hear
Bluetooth
me?
on. Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay.
Listen, man,
Okay.
Diva, you gotta run that shit back, man, for real.
No.
Carrie out here spitting
I'm
that
gonna
shit,
lose.
bro.
I'm gonna lose
I
10
felt,
more people.
I felt that shit. I'm like, damn. I'm like, whoa. Carrie had that in him. I see why Kills was hating on him and ain't want to give him a deal and shit. He ain't want to share the spotlight with that. You know what I'm saying? Kills old
No.
punk ass crab in the bucket having head ass motherfucker. I want to share the spotlight with his brother and shit. That nigga was spit. Ah yeah. Yeah, auto
Well,
tune
R.
was like,
Kelly was right. He ain't got it. Laugh out loud. Fetch water.
nah, I think he got it. Kels just was hating. Kels ain't want to nurture that
You
sound.
even said it. You can tell Kels didn't want to share the spotlight.
Right, you can tell.
Fucking James. Andrew.
I heard how he used that auto tune. I was like, damn.
Andrew, we don't hear you, puppy. You might be on mute. No, you're not.
Yeah, shit.
Maybe it's your headset. Do you have a headset attached? Disconnect the headset.
And Carrie around this motherfucker spitting fire. I'm like, damn, I ain't never heard that one. That second one I ain't never heard. You know, but that first one,
I never heard that second one. Today was the first time.
I'm like, shit, why we ain't bumping this? I might have to go live and play that bitch. That's gonna be the intro.
Let me see the name. Let me go back to it real quick. Let me see what was the
Hey,
name.
Diva. Now I will admit, I'd rather listen to Bruce rap than listen to Choke 20 songs before you start.
Oh my god. The name of this, okay. This came out in July 30th of 2019, y'all.
Shit.
Andrew.
That nigga spit. I was like, whoa. I was like, oh man.
Wing said, at least he didn't say someone's name 3 times in the lead song.
Shit. You know what I like he did? He hit that way. He was hitting them with facts. You know what I'm saying?
R. Kelly, that was it. His brother was hitting him with facts.
Yeah. Shit. His brother know he pissed on him.
Lady LaFair said, she said, you confessed like Carrie D. Brother.
Like you can tell. you can tell that nigga done took 2 bumps to get amped up for the video and shit.
Wait, I can't hear.
You don't hear us? We hear you. We hear you, Ty.
Wait, I gotta turn that other phone down. In the kitchen.
His brother could have blew up. Imagine he was younger. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
Oh man.
Wow. Oh dude.
The hell said I got that same wife beater from the convenience store.
Motherfucker bought that wife beater from the corner store.
Okay, I turned it down. Oh my god,
You hear
that was horrible. Horrible.
That's your favorite song. No, that's James shit. James.
No, but you know what? I'm the type of person that song will stick in my head for the rest.
I know.
All night.
It'll be on your mind all night. It'll just,
as bad as it was. I was around here singing Free R. Kelly for like a week.
No, now you're gonna go around singing I confess, bitch.
Not as harsh as he was. Shit. Why did it sound so hard?
It was real. You heard how hard it was? Like
I confess.
He was trying to be like fucking Naughty by Nature and shit.
He was into that. That shit real.
Paid out in vodka crayons.
You can tell that.
Well,
this is why his brother didn't fucking hook him up, because he ain't got no talent. Shit, that was garbage.
He confessed that he didn't have nothing. He confessed that his brother was everything. He confessed that his brother tried to extort him. He confessed how his brother gave girls herpes.
Oh my
god! Now you listen. You know what happened, right, Ty? Don Russell done promised to put his music on that Indigo, whatever the hell that app name. You know what I'm saying?
As soon as Tasha K left, they start splitting up R. Kelly's shit.
Right.
Oh my god.
They started just splitting it up.
He told the truth for a watch. They told the truth for a watch. Like he that close to Don Russell. Like I said, I would have hit him upside the head and walked out.
Did you see him jump up and get the tissue? He didn't waste no time.
He should. He said, "Stop crying, nigga. Stop crying. Stop crying."
This is my cue. This is my cue. Hold on.
She could have interviewed them together.
Hey, look,
James said,
might as well. Damn, he got a brother that be pissing on people and 2 crackheads. God damn, who the nigga she was fucking in Chicago. Nigga could
I want to get him and Bruce a bottom teeth so bad.
Yo, the hell said they rented 2010 Escalades and shit.
I want to get him and Bruce a bottom grill so bad.
Oh man, Ty. We gonna start a collection.
How both y'all niggas got the same missing tooth in the same spot.
Carrie is the future.
Same tooth.
That's
tooth number. I think that's tooth number 8.
He thought he was serious, but you see how his hands moving in that video? I was like, shit.
What?
His hands was moving all fast and shit. I was like, damn. I'm surprised he wasn't whistle when he was rapping.
Yo.
Whistle from what? That missing tooth?
He didn't even.
She said, James said, I gotta get that song. I can get my exercise. That's your gym song now, huh?
Listen, I confess. I'm like, oh shit.
She said my son was having bad dreams with that video. Y'all think with boom boom in the back.
Yeah, he didn't even get it fixed for the video. Like, oh, he must have been doing real bad.
Listen, man, he made me want to jump in that lake.
Because you know that video was a hit.
Listen,
Cherie said the white beater is stretched out.
I gotta go back and see that shit.
Yeah,
Are the lyrics available on Google?
Wait, can I play the video? Can I play the video without the music?
That nigga had that morning after wife beater on.
Yeah, he sounds just like Choke No Joke.
I can do that, guys. Hold on. Hold on. Wait. I gotta check my screen. Who else is there?
Man, y'all fuck. That's messed up, man. That nigga woke up and did the video.
He bouncing over there.
West Coast.
Hey, people. Hey, people.
How y'all doing?
Hi,
Mama. Now, listen. I was supposed to confess. You supposed to tell about your story.
That second song, it wasn't about R. Kelly, right?
Shit.
The what?
I couldn't understand
song. No, the second song wasn't about R. Kelly. It was just about him being lonely.
Shit, he was lonely. Okay.
Yeah, it was about him being lonely. Look, here we
Wait
go.
a minute, see Beautiful. Go somewhere before.
We're gonna play the video. Okay.
Don't nobody give a fuck about R. Kelly over here. He should have thought about what he did.
What happened? Somebody got a problem? ¿Qué pasó?
Did he think about what he did? Was he thinking about his kids then?
Look, here we go.
Bitch, you
Here
better
we go.
go somewhere.
Look at his shorts. Look at his shorts.
With your sympathetic ass. Ain't nobody sympathetic for that nigga over here.
Here we go. Look. Oh, and his nipples are showing. We got nips.
That side tooth showing too.
Hold up. Look. Boom.
I don't trust nobody with a missing side tooth. That mean your mama didn't have no dinner plan and your dinner plan bad too.
Yeah, like what happened over here?
Who's that?
Look. What? He was in front of the projects.
Look at this nigga.
Oh, that's a front tooth, girl. I thought it was a side tooth.
It's a whole front tooth.
It's a front tooth.
Oh, what's up, West Coast Bells?
Oh, hey, lady. But wait, I thought when you was confess, you supposed to confess your own sins. It sounds like 3 minutes and 53 seconds of
Does he
snitching.
have a girl shirt?
Right,
Is that a girl wife
on his
beater?
brother's shit.
That is a girl wife beater. That's just like a bit be wearing.
Say that again.
And this what I don't understand. How you snitching on somebody else, but you're not gonna say what you did? What you do, Carrie?
What you do?
You and that missing front tooth.
Right, what you do, killer? We heard you got kids with little kids too, bro.
That's what I heard.
It's a mess. A whole mess.
Oh, his spaghetti strap. Fuck that. Damn.
It's that front tooth though. For me, that missing front tooth, that tell you all you need to know about a person.
He went driving around in the hood. Look.
Look like he got a pager on too. From like,
Yeah, his
That's a
phone is
girl tank top.
it's
You got
phone.
on.
He got
When
one
this
of those
came out?
giant phones. Them
When this
sidekicks.
came
Remember
out?
sidekicks?
Hey, D, what year this came out?
2019.
Oh, that shit way before his time.
It's way after his time.
Nigga use that
Get
auto
that
tune like he was
tooth
sick.
he
out
got that
in.
shirt from Forever 21.
Look
Hold
at
on.
look at
There
what's
we
next
go.
to him. Look at what's next to him in the yellow.
Leave her alone.
Leave that tooth alone. Leave that missing tooth. I can't.
Why that nigga got on white shades in 2019?
Look at what Diva. Can you play it slow?
You want me to play it slow? Okay. Let's do that. Let's do that. Hold up.
The dude bought a brand new sterling silver chain for the
The
video.
settings, right, Ty? Oh yeah, playback speed. Okay. Is it which way is slow? Going up
Can you play it slow?
or going down?
Yeah, slow.
Yeah, put it on 75 or something.
Oh, okay. I put it on 0.5.
Mm.
No, that's
you
fast,
have
right?
to rewind it. It went
That's up,
too
man.
far forward.
No, that's too fast, right? Oh no, it's
Damn.
going to wait.
That big ass.
I didn't mean the whole thing. I meant no, just that one part. You passed it. Ugh. Oh, damn it.
Wait. I'm trying to figure out this playback sheet.
Now you
Here
know
we
that
go.
ain't his.
Over me, shit.
What R. Kelly in this video?
Right there. Look.
When he's sitting there with those two women.
But that's messed up
That
though.
was a
Kelly made
woman.
all that money. He couldn't put his brother on.
He should have made a video to I Confess.
Yeah, listen,
That's
that'll be.
look at his lips. His lips are sticking out, y'all. Oh
I
man.
can't hear shit. I hate this phone. I can't never hear shit on here.
He was 50-something years old rapping like this. Dude, fire.
But his tongue keeps sticking through
Yeah,
that bottom
part.
tooth where the tooth missing that though. Look at that. Oh Lord, and it's
Get
going
that
slow.
tooth out in.
Yeah,
And
that
not the
soldier.
silver chain. Oh, there goes the girl. There goes the girl, Ty. Just for
What's
you,
wrong?
Ty.
That's Dana J back
Not
there.
going in the background.
That ain't
Look.
me. That's Dana.
He ain't
No.
got bump and grind skills. That's one thing.
Girl, who bumping and grinding, girl?
And Ty, how do you know this, Ty?
He ain't got no bumping and grinding skills.
How you know that? How you know that, Ty?
Bump the ground.
Girl, they got that bumping in line. It definitely is bumping. It's definitely bumping.
Yes, Bumpy Johnson. Bumpy
He couldn't
Johnson.
have just,
Bumpy Johnson, that's right.
that missing tooth is bothering me. He couldn't have just stuck one in there just for the video.
He could have
No.
put something right there. He ain't had to come in here like that.
Gap like
No.
me. He got a gap like me. Look. Yeah, you got me.
Espérate. Look, espérate. Look. Look at his belly. Oh, look at his sweat dripping down the belly.
Trash out.
Oh, that towel so big. And he ain't
The towel's big. The sweat's dripping down the middle of his belly
why he
there.
ain't
And that tooth is missing.
Homegirl,
And
yeah,
everything.
she's like, Grandpa.
My bad, I was in this
Like,
video.
Open your
hey.
mouth. Let me see if you got
Look,
the
he
tooth.
look like he like 80, yo.
My
Look,
bad.
dude, look like, oh God. He got a bunch of homies from around the way in the video.
The only thing missing in this song is Chicago, nigga. Not they did that.
Chicago, nigga.
That would have
Hey,
taken over.
y'all met Lake Michigan.
Oh man, in Chicago, nigga. Look, here we go. And
He ain't bad looking from the side. He ain't bad looking from the side. I'm gonna go and give him some credit.
It's funny how people say that, it's crazy how his brother was trying to have him to be the one in the video.
Why his neck sweating like that though? I just don't understand why his neck looks so, it's so fat and it's sweating like that.
It's weird. He looked like he got a chain choking his neck.
Right, and my neck, I think my neck bigger than that, and my neck don't be sweating like him. Like I'm
It's
fatter
a
than him,
son.
and I just don't feel like my neck be sweating like that. It don't look like it.
Why his hands
Shit.
moving like? That's how I know he related to Levi.
Yeah.
Levi, his cousin. You see how
Yeah,
them
they look
hands?
alike. They look more alike. Is Levi really related to Carrie or Kevin or Kelly?
Wait, okay.
It's Kelly.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, he look like he got a hold of some bad shit. I'm just
What
gonna let
is
y'all
wrong
know
with this
that
shit?
good shit don't do like that.
Which Kelly?
Ooh,
Oh,
that
look at the
tooth. See that tooth? Damn it, tooth.
oh, damn,
It's
bam.
so snagger tooth.
Mm.
Snaggerpuss.
Lysol. What are you doing, Lysol?
Oh, my phone died.
He said, I ain't crushed you, all destroying my boy.
I confess.
Yeah. Thin ass strap on that damn
What's
white
up,
tee.
Lysol? Lysol. What's in the chat?
Damn. Skinny nigga with rose on his neck. Goddamn.
What are you
He should
talking
have been
about,
more
Kelly?
like a sound effect man
Stop,
or something. Where's my goddamn
Lysol.
lighter? I can't ever keep up with shit.
Look,
Yeah.
mira. He's chilling though in the video though. He's chilling though, you know. He's chilling, James. You right. He's chilling. He's chilling like a villain. Look, look, look.
All
Free
jokes
R.
aside,
Kelly.
that song get a 6 in my book.
That's what
How
he's singing.
good is
Free
it?
R. Kelly right now.
He get a 6.
So he confessed. I heard that.
Yeah. Can you please play I Confess one more time? Cause that is it's a banger.
What, you want me to play the song or you want me to play I
I,
Confess?
I confess. Don't play that. I don't want to see it though. You play-
Oh, man.
Okay, let me see. Let me see. Oh my god. There it is right here. Is this another song?
Speed it up,
No,
please.
speed.
Okay. Okay, while y'all letting
I mean,
Angie
text
punk
something.
you off the street. Nigga, ain't nobody punking Oak Cove off the street. What is you talking about?
Don't even pay attention to him, Ty.
Who is that?
Don't come over here starting a Lysol.
Yeah, exactly, Lysol. Be good. You haven't been in the chats in a
What the
minute.
fuck is he
How you
talking about?
doing?
I
It's
can hear
almost a new
shit.
year.
Hmm.
We ain't stressing about nothing.
Shut.
Look, just for you, James.
Drop the Tear said drop the link. Don't come over here fucking starting no shit.
Yeah, was it slow mo, Sharice?
He's
Drop
playing
the
it like
link.
we in text. I confess.
Hold on, I'm about to drop the link for Tears.
Free R. Kelly. Lysol. This is what I want you to do. Free R. Kelly.
Oh man.
See if you can do that. Yeah, he got it way twisted. Don't nobody punk Oak Cove. Don't nobody run Oak Cove off the street. Oak Cove is the smartest, strongest group in YouTube. Smartest and the strongest. What the fuck am I talking about?
Tears, I dropped the link, mommy.
In the sack, cause the shit hurt, cause he know he dead wrong. Confess. Can't tell Robert killing shit, cause you know he headstrong. Confess. Everything gotta go as well, you could just get gone. Confess.
Larry is straight. He is straight.
Man, tell me how them niggas tight.
Larry's doing good.
Confess. Something ain't right, some smell fishy, what's going on? Confess. What kind of man wanna stay a night at a man home?
What kind of a man wants to spend night at another man's home? Did you hear that? I didn't even hear that.
What? What?
Said, what kind of a man would want to spend the night at another man's home?
Oh. Oh.
Hey, West Coast.
Thank you for having me back, darling. My phone had
Yeah.
power issues,
I kind
electric.
of figured something happened.
Where Cheers
It
at?
was, electrical challenges.
I don't know what happened to Tears. I dropped the link for
Why
her
this
too.
goddamn thing will not? I hate this phone.
But I'm just trying to figure out how he
I hate it.
confessed for 4 minutes about somebody else's stuff. Like I don't listen. He done did some stuff, y'all. He done did
Yeah,
some stuff, and he ain't saying nothing about it. He gonna tell on somebody else's 4 minutes, but ain't gonna say
right,
what he did.
right.
Nope.
And
But
that's
what is
the
he?
strangest shit I've ever seen.
But Diva,
How you
what is he
gonna title
confessing?
your song? What?
What is he confessing to? Something we already know.
That's what I'm saying. What are
Right,
you
exactly.
confessing to? That shit just makes no sense. You're confessing to your brother's sins.
Bad boy, quit
You
changing your
can't.
name. I seen
Next time
that.
he change his name, it better be Uncle Carey.
Uncle Carrie. Like what? One names the song I admit, but what the hell did he
A
admit
lot
to?
of us.
Okay, the
Snaggle.
only thing he admitted to was that he was an idiot. That's what he
No,
admitted to.
I ain't tell.
Being an
Nobody's
idiot.
telling Larry that. We gonna tell him what you said the first time.
What? What you talking about, Ty? Oh, yes, Lysol. Larry is good, baby. He's doing good. We good over here too.
I just asked about your ass the other day too.
That's crazy.
Not in a good way.
Cheeky, happy birthday, mommy.
Happy birthday,
Everybody
Cheek.
say
Hey,
happy birthday
Cheeky,
to
happy birthday,
Cheeky.
Cheeky baby.
Matter of fact,
Happy
let me play the happy
birthday.
birthday song for my girl. Hold up.
Tears phone must have died.
Diva,
Who?
that laugh, when you be laughing, that is so contagious. I was like, every time you start laughing, I was like,
Yo, yo, because these people are crazy. West Coast. What the fuck? I cannot. I can't
it's
with people.
so funny.
And these
You like my
characters
picture
on the
like that?
streets
Hmm?
are crazy. Let's see. Let's see. What am I
We
playing
love you
here?
too, Cheeky baby.
Damn, I don't want to play. I don't know. I should play that song. Ugh.
His cash app is $ Cuphead 40. Send the
Let's
money.
see. Mm-hmm. Let's see.
That fool said I confess, and then he ain't confess nothing. I'm just still, I can't get over it.
Listen, man, I believe him. I believe that song more than I believe that interview.
Let's see.
Man, I don't know now. I had believed the interview, but now he done came out with a song saying pretty much the same thing. I'm not sure if I trust him no more, especially with that tooth missing in the front. I'm not sure.
Don't it bother you? It bothers you as much as it bothers me, huh?
So
It's
so
not
he got to
sure.
watch from Don Russell and could get it replaced too.
Got to
No,
reevaluate
picture
the
him and Bruce
relationship.
in an interview together.
Happy
Mm-mm-mm.
birthday
Yeah,
to
yeah, yeah.
you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy
He ain't gonna
birthday
send shit.
to you. Today is your birthday.
Wait, I'm trying to find. Hold up, it's not it.
How old Carrie is?
Oh,
I see that. Cause only old niggas wear them kind of wife beaters.
No, it doesn't make me feel better.
Name your celebration. Hey!
Watch you. It's bad enough I'm looking at you right now.
Happy birthday, cheeky mama.
No, I don't be hating, Lysol. I just asked about you the other night. I did. Tears, didn't I just ask about Lysol the other night?
You literally asked about him and the motherfucker popped up in chat.
Yep.
That's crazy.
See?
You manifested him. Whoever that is behind that page, it could be a bitch. We don't know. Who are you, Lysol? What's that? Hop on this panel, Lysol. Let's hear your voice.
Lysol,
He'll never
what
hop on the
happened,
panel.
Lysol? ¿Qué pasa, Lysol? You welcome, cheeky mama.
Get up here and confess.
Oh shit.
Make sure you say it angry when you say it. I confess.
Lysol, be a good boy or you get thrown out. You know how that goes with my girls already. Please be good.
What we gonna ask McGee about you?
Hey, Tears mama, how you doing, baby?
I'm good. Hold on, y'all.
We already know you're annoying.
And Carrie got bars. He changed his name again, Ty. Carolyn, what's up? Purple, what's up, baby?
What exactly did he confess besides I told you?
No, you late, nigga. If you don't know his cash app, you the one that's late. What you talking about?
Confessing that he know what his brother been doing?
Don't nobody care that he
Right,
talked to
that's
you.
what he confessed to, what his brother's been doing. That shit makes no sense. Why would you do that? But then now you go into a whole video with Tasha K and say, I confess it was all a lie, then I'm telling the truth now.
Man, Sharon Winbush gave him a pound of coke to say that shit.
It's a big deal that he talked to Larry.
I don't think it was Sharon. I think it Don was lunch.
Oh my God. Jesus. Oh, you talked to him already? Okay.
Y'all seen how Sharon been controlling him, been getting him high as fuck.
That's Bruce.
You know, it's Bruce. It's Bruce. This is Carrie Kelly.
Oh, okay.
Who's the other brother? This is the one that was supposed to get paid for the video, Tears.
They look a lot alike, and they have the same vernacular and improper grammar.
It sound like Levi. That's Levi.
They sound like they chewing on them missing teeth.
Right. Do you see fucking Fat Boy's picture? I cannot.
Let me go back to the album. What is that?
That's a nigga.
That's R. Kelly.
Man, no tripping, cut it out. No, nigga, you tripping.
Oh shit.
Still annoying as ever.
You want to listen to
y'all go get y'all fuck y'all.
Hi, Jacqueline.
Yes, you did miss it, Mama. But you could go back to the replay, baby.
Ain't that his yoga partner?
The profile picture. Oh my God, Ty. You are so stupid.
Hey, Indigo.
Oh man, what's up, Indigo, Mama?
That's what you talked to him about. Man, your moms be tripping.
Ruby.
Hell no.
Ruby in the chat. Hey, Ruby.
Yes, she's in there. Jacqueline, Sharice, Cheeky. What's up, my girl?
Man, your moms be tripping. Why your moms be blocking?
Hey, Tears.
What's up?
Kel's got him the best thing in prison, a white boy.
Downward dog.
Listen, Listen, he got that flat white booty. Ain't that what old
He's
dude was
flexible.
saying?
He got kills doing
Not
yoga
that
and
flat
shit.
flat.
R. Kelly's flexible.
But R. Kelly, the one that like to be bent over though.
Yes, his brother said it. That was his last parting words of the song.
For real? Damn, I didn't even know that. I missed that
Yo,
part.
that shit said, at least what kind of a man? He said, what kind of a man invites another man to sleep over another man's house?
I
Come spend the
confess.
night. Make sure you
That's
bring
very
your overnight
interesting.
bag.
But he still didn't say what he did though. See, so what kind of man go? You know what I'm
Wait,
saying?
he did say that he was sleeping and recording little girls or some shit in the song.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he said that.
didn't
He said that. I hadn't heard a lot of stuff he said. I just ain't heard him say nothing about himself. So I'm trying to figure out
no,
what
no,
he
he
That's what
didn't.
I'm saying. What was his confession? Because this is all about R. Kelly.
right. That's
Right,
snitching. That ain't no confession. That's snitching.
right,
Right.
that's snitching. Right, that's what it should have been called. I am snitching.
I'm snitching.
Sound like
I am
It could have
snitching.
been titled "I'm Telling."
he's an
I'm
informant.
telling. There you go.
I'm
I'm telling.
snitching. I'm snitching. I'm snitching.
There you go.
Hey, Diva, that's an informant. He's an
Oh
informant.
man, he's the informant from Lifetime.
Right. And then look who he hang out with. Look who he getting watches from.
He confessed that R. Kelly was found guilty.
He got that
Hey,
watch from
all night
Walmart.
Did you
counts.
know that, Lisa? Did you know that he was found guilty
Where's the
on
picture
9
of the
counts?
watch?
He got that watch from
I'm just
Walmart.
curious. I just wanted to know if you knew
I
that.
want to see the watch, damn it. Where that watch
Oh,
at? Because if you got to watch from Walmart to change your story, I'll at least get you one from Target. Change that story back.
yo, I'm gonna see. I'm gonna see if I can find
I didn't know
another interview that Carrie Kelly did. Let me see something. Wait.
Yeah, was he lying then or is he lying now?
Damn.
Yeah, look. Here we go.
He's that type of
Karen,
nigga.
hey, I surely will. I love kettlebell workouts.
I'm gonna play this.
I'm so sorry that happened to you. Let's talk about more about. You said it's really impacted your family. I know it's divided your family on a wide level, but it also has
That
affected
family
your
was already divided.
younger
He
This is an
confessed
interview
he confessed
with
that
Channel.
spaghetti strap from the Walmart tabletop.
daughter. Is that what the,
This is an interview with Channel 2 CBS Chicago, and it's
That
with
was the
Carrie.
girl tank top, that black one.
What?
That was a girl tank top. That's the same one the bedbug be
The
wearing.
black one. It's not a girl tank top. It's called the muscle tank top.
Hey,
No,
Cheers.
the white one is called that's
The wife beater.
the slingshot.
Yes.
Cheers. Why he had them Soldier Boy
But that black one, that was a girl tank top.
What?
He had them Soldier Boy telling glasses on.
Yes, he did.
Well, he got that
Why
tank
in
top
the
from
hell?
Forever 21, like I said.
You seen it was too small and his nipples were sticking out.
His side city was showing.
I got this other interview, guys. Let's listen. Look, here we go.
I'm so sorry that happened to you. Let's talk about more about.
Can you
said
guys
it's
hear
really
it?
impacted your family, so I know it's divided
Barely. Yeah.
level, but it also has affected your immediate family, your younger daughter.
Yes.
And because of your speaking out against R. Kelly,
Kelly
is
showing.
that what caused following? Is talk to me about that.
Yes. Actually, you know,
R. Kelly not is worried about y'all.
been
Who
going
is
to this
that?
school,
Wait, go on,
for
Ty.
approximately maybe a year and a half, almost 2 years.
We is not worried about
You
him
know,
neither. Team
I would tell her,
Sons.
don't tell people, you know, who we can to and things of that nature. You know, it's not a bragging right.
I know who that
This
is.
is not nothing you try to get points off of. Go to school to get an education.
But you worried about him. That's why you over here.
You know, you stay to yourself. But a lot of other
What they say about my R.
things
Kelly.
in her home.
Ty, I'm gonna play the video. Go on mute, Ty.
Tell her, Indigo. Tell her.
That's,
Hey,
you know
honey.
who that is? That's Shauna Peters. Hey, one honey. Hey, T Bam. I got
Shauna
your
Peters.
information, T Bam.
Shauna Peters, go get the help you
Hey,
need.
Queen T-Bell.
100.
Yeah, that's Shauna Peters. That's that bitch.
Hey, Cheeky Chick. Happy birthday.
What's chick in the yellow number? Fuck that. She like
Oof.
she was
Chiqui's all drunk for her birthday.
That's what's up,
Have
Cheeky.
fun,
Cheers,
Chiqui.
mama.
It's my birthday month too. I've been drunk the whole month. That's why I
Hey,
accidentally put my
happy birthday
video
to
on
you,
a second
mama.
ago.
It's Sagittarius month. That's right. My
No,
Hey,
nephew's
it's
birthday.
Capricorn. It's Capricorn season coming up.
Oh,
Come
now
on.
it's Capricorn. Oh, Capricorn's coming
I
up. That's
sure
right.
is.
Excuse me.
my daughter's birthday
What's
is
up?
on Friday. She's a Sagittarius too.
Oh, happy birthday to her. My nephew's
Yeah,
birthday was
hello, hey, congratulations. Happy birthday.
Thank
yeah,
you,
my
I
sir.
nephew's
can't hear
birthday was
shit
on
out of
Sunday
this
the
phone.
19th. Listen, I'm gonna play a video, guys. I want everybody to go on mute.
Okay.
Okay. Let me see. How you doing?
Okay. Go on mute, y'all.
I'm so sorry that happened to you. Let's talk about more about, you said it's really impacted your family. So I know it's divided your family on a wide level, but it also has affected your immediate family, your younger daughter.
Yes.
And because of your speaking out against R. Kelly, is that what you think the cause of her bullying is? Talk to me about that.
Yes. Actually, my daughter been going to this school for approximately maybe a year and a half, almost 2 years. And, I would tell her, don't tell people, who you can to and things of that nature. It's not a bragging right. This is not nothing you try to get points off of. You go to school to get an education and you mind your business and you stay to yourself. But a lot of other kids seen me before, probably in her home, visiting her, that went to school, and they seen me on the news. So of course, the word of mouth started spreading as far as who I was and who I was related to, and they was able to put two and two together to see who my daughter was related to. So of course that got back to the school. It got back to the principal, the teachers, her peers, and things of that nature, and they was treating her different. Only thing that I can think of is, I don't know if it's something that my brother may have done, or it's something that happened in the media that they, whether they was angry at him and took it out on my daughter, or they was angry at me for speaking out because they're a fan.
So she was bullied, you said?
She was bullied by several kids. I mean, they told her, a couple of kids told her that her daddy, me, I was the molester. I was the guy in the videotape. A lot of things went back and stand back to 2008, and things that they heard and probably their parents talking about. And my daughter just stood up and said, my father is not a molester. He's a good person. She just stood up for me and spoke the truth.
Let's be clear about this. On the record, you were not the man in that video.
I was not the man in that video. Not at all.
And then did you take your concerns about bullying of your daughter to the school officials?
Yes, I did.
What happened with that?
I took that, me and her mom, Tierra Jones, we actually took that to the school, and we let them know, like, hey, we need to sit down with these other kids' parents and do it right, and have y'all as the mediator so they can know what's going on with their kids and how they behave in that school.
And how was
that? Never happened.
Never happened.
That meeting never happened.
And instead, you say false allegations or accusations were made about your daughter wanting to, quote, shoot up the school, right?
Right. Before that, like the same kids who had been bullying her and they was never reprimanded, nothing never happened behind that. These are the same kids that they did a prank on social media saying that my daughter was gonna shoot the school up. And then the guy, after he seen all the investigations from the police and different things of that nature, and they shut the school down, I guess he felt bad. So he went back on social media, on Snapchat, and he said that Kira didn't have anything to do with this. And they still went forward with suspending her. They still went forth with a full investigation and things of that nature. And nothing happened to this child that actually put the word out there that the school was going to be shot up.
That must have been hurtful.
And it still is.
So I know she's out of school now. What about accusations levied against you? Who's making them?
Right now, I have Sinithia Full of Love. That's one of my kids' moms that's going around saying different things and coercing my daughters to say that I touched her. I touched one of my daughters. And it hurt me to the core because everybody that know me know that God know that I'm not like that. And I would take a lie detector test standing by my mama grave.
And what show are you going on to try to mend fences? The name of it again, I don't know it.
Ayana Fix My Life.
And you're doing that to try to bring your family back together?
I'm trying to bring my family together, and I'm trying to actually get answers because I know that the things that's transpired and taking place, I really don't know what's really going on. All I know is that my brother has a lot of influence over people, minds, fans, different things of that nature, even family.
He's being evicted from his studio on Justine. The city today found inspectors found there was proof people were living there, which is against code. Someone took out a hard drive early this morning. What is going on? I mean, you haven't talked to him, but what are your thoughts on that? First of all, that it seems now some action is being taken, even if there are no victims yet we know of that have come forward.
Well, going back to the question that you asked me earlier, as far as the last time I spoke with Robert was in 2008. Once he beat that case, I called him and I said, hey man, God gave you another chance. God gave you another chance. And his arrogance and people not believing different things that he's accused of said, God didn't give me another chance. I gave me another chance. My money gave me another chance. Those are the words that he said to me. And I looked at the phone like, are you serious? I mean, these allegations that you was accused of is very serious. And for you to escape through the loophole and still get another chance, that's maybe a sign from God that you need to change your way of living, change your habits. And
Killer, were you lying then or are you lying now?
change the things that you're doing that's causing people
Did he just admit to extortion?
That's what it sounds like to me.
Were you lying then or are you lying now?
He been lying the whole time.
Okay. What
They
is he
should have gave
doing?
him a watch.
And in here, he talks about how he was supposed to be on Ayala his life, that he brought his family there. So that means whatever happened, the family was lying. He was the one lying about the situation. That's why Eliana probably didn't want to do it.
I don't know. I feel like it's a little bit of truth in every lie, and it's a little bit of lie in some people's truth too. So you just don't know which part. But just in the entirety of everything that he said, I do feel like there's maybe a percentage that's true.
Right.
But I do feel like he completely excluded what he did in his part, the part that he played in it. You can't know somebody is doing these things that are wrong for this long and not participate in it or be complicit in some at some level. I just
Right.
What did you do? What did
Right.
you do?
He was complicit. He knew about the videotapes and things of that nature and didn't do anything. He knew about the young girls and didn't do anything. So like you said, yes, he was complicit to a lot of shit.
Right.
A lot of people were. And a lot of people need to be sitting next to R. Kelly for those who arranged the situations, for those who were really deep in the enterprise. Let's
You
continue
know
to
what?
go ahead, mommy.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Diva, but
No, go ahead, baby. Go ahead.
I feel two ways about that. We all in the corporate world, I'll put it like that. There's a lot of things that we do in the corporate world that is not considered ethical, or may compromise ethics. I'll put it like that. And you do it because it's your livelihood. you know, and at the time when you're doing it, it doesn't seem as bad. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that they were right. I'm saying that there are things that people do, or people are more likely to turn their head and act like they don't see something as it pertains to their livelihood, as opposed to if you're not getting paid nothing and you see something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's why a lot of them just turned the blind eye because of their livelihood. Like you said, if they chose to say something and speak out, there goes their money.
Right.
You know,
That's your cash cow. And
their
where do
source their source of independency is gone.
right, where do you go to make that amount of money and do as little work as you're doing?
But look at what he said. He said that he was getting paid $250 a week.
$250 to do what? Take out the trash.
Right, and then the bus driver said that he was getting paid $1,000 a week just to sit out front of his house most of the time. And so
that's fucked up.
Yeah.
Right.
I would have traded with the bus driver and been like, you know what? If I'm a visitor, can I sit at the bus? You know?
And I bet you, West Coast, that he still would have got paid $250 a week.
You're right. You're right.
That's how much you think of your brother?
Okay. Yep, that is how much he thought of his brother.
But then in Tasha K's interview, he said, "Oh, my brother this, my brother that. We should have appreciated, he was a blessing." How was he a blessing? He didn't bless none of you, not even his own mom in the grave.
Sure didn't.
I told you. He trying to get
where's her tombstone?
Right. It's a plaque in the ground. That those plaques cost anywhere between $500 to $1,000. That's it. And Carrie Kelly or Bruce, one of them had said that the plaque cost $750.
Well, here's the thing. From what I hear, he really was consumed by his sexual behavior. And in that, I mean, he didn't even wash his own ass. I heard the nigga stink.
Yes,
the bus driver said it used to smell like shit and cigars.
And I don't understand that. Like, if you stink, like that's different. That's a whole nother level of being obsessed with something other than your hygiene and your natural instinct to care for your body.
I believe so, Cherie. Even Demetrius Smith said he got paid $250.
Hey, that nigga had no respect for nobody, apparently, not even the women. He wanted them to suck that stink ass shit. Oh shit!
And that's
somebody missing his balls being sweaty.
You can't shit in no bucket in my house, because if I walk in the room and I smell shit, I'm sorry, I'm cussing. If I walk in the room and I smell, it smells like a bowel movement, even bad breath. Listen, this the first way to lose me. Something stink, I'm out.
Right.
Nigga, you stink and you can't read?
No, wait, hold on. What if he hold on. West Coast. What if he accidentally passed gas when you was around him, but he took a shower though?
Well, I can deal with a little fart. My baby fart every morning. First thing in the morning, baby fart. Okay.
Yes, you know what I mean? As long as your breath don't smell like shit.
You know what I'm saying? I give him a run for his money if we had tacos the night before.
Yo.
I'm just saying, I give him a little run for his money.
What's up with black people and tacos? Black people's stomachs can't digest tacos.
It's the cheese, man. It's the cheese.
It's the grease.
So, a little gas ain't never hurt nobody, but when you walking around and you have body odor is different than a little fart. A little fart to pass. A little gas, break a little wind. Somebody break a little wind. That don't matter.
That ain't nothing. But if your ass crack smell like shit and you ain't like, I'm not, then you want me to lick your balls and your ass crack smell like shit? No. Or
Right,
your shit
B.O.
smell like sweat. You know what I'm saying? You can smell sweat on a man. Like, come on now.
Kels,
Yeah.
Kels the type of nigga that leave the dirt on the back of the toilet seat.
Yeah.
Not the Dookie Street. And you know, it's levels to this thing. You have Boo Boo, you have Dookie, you have Doodle, you have shit. You feel what I'm saying? It's levels. A
Hey, West
baby.
Coast, but that shit a motherfucker though. You shit,
You got power bombs.
nigga. That ain't no boo boo. That nah, nigga. That's shit. Yeah.
That's stinky.
So
That's all
levels.
that is.
Like it's a different when somebody boo boo and is some shit.
Let's continue the interview. Let's continue the interview, guys. Go back on mute, y'all.
Up on you like that.
You don't think he's changed?
Not at all. He needs help. My brother needs psychological help.
You don't think he's changed?
Not at all. He needs help. My brother needs psychological help. But, you know, like they say, the first step to recovery is admitting it. He won't admit it. He won't admit it. And long as he got fans and people saying, "Oh, I love him no matter what." You know, one of my partners was at a bar.
There goes them flying monkeys.
Shop, and the lady was speaking on Robert's behalf and saying, you know, she would still buy his music, she would still do this. Okay, fine. But he asked her, he said, "Would you let your daughter that's 12 go to his concert? Would you take your daughter to his concert and leave her there?" See, people is not in those shoes.
And what do they say? I mean, do you
oh no, I'm not. I wouldn't do that. But they're support, and they're in support of other people's children going through things because it's not affecting them and their family and their household.
So you think he needs help? Do you think investigators need to continue to pursue looking into his conduct with women and children?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Because I mean, long as this situation go away, you know, or it would die down. Like he said on social media, they should have came and got me. They should have came and did this 30 years ago. He said that on his social media page. So I mean, a lot of people is questioning what is he saying. If they would have came and did this 30 years ago, was you doing it? So it's like a lot of different things that he, you know, he's a power freak. He's a control freak. If he can't control the situation, he's going to try to maneuver or do something. He has to come face to face with his demons, because a lot of people out there that's saying what they're saying, I just don't believe they're lying. And then at the end of the day, this is my mama's legacy. A lot of people think that we was raised like this. We wasn't raised like this. We was raised to respect women, respect our elders, respect people, treat people how we want to be treated. So it's like her legacy died with her. And that's why I'm speaking.
That was gonna be my last question. And do you regret, but you kind of just answered it, do you regret taking part in surviving R. Kelly?
No, I don't. Because I'm still surviving R. Kelly. You know, I gotta look over my shoulders. I gotta, you know.
Wait a minute. Hold up.
Well, damn.
What?
He killed it with that.
Wait one motherfucker.
I'm surviving R. Kelly. Wepa.
Hold up. This dude, this the realest interview he ever did. You know, it's amazing how watch and money change your tone. Cause this right here, he sounds so convincing on his interview.
Thank you. He got paid. Our threat.
Golly.
You know, I just have one opinion about the whole thing, and that's about the listening to R. Kelly's music. You guys, I am a person of the arts, and music is a very big part of my life. If I were to allow the R. Kelly catalog to occupy a negative space in my mind, it would make me crazy. So I can't do that. I still, when I listen to the music or I hear the music, I still allow it to make me feel the same way that it made me feel 20 years ago, because I can't allow it to have a negative space in my being just because of how large of a space it occupies. You guys, it's so just like Bill Cosby. I still watch the Cosby Show, and I still watch A Different World, because I don't see it from the perspective of okay, this is Bill Cosby doing this. I'm looking at
the music, right?
Right. I'm looking at Heathcliff Huxtable. I'm not looking
Right.
at Robert Kelly. I'm looking at the Lover Man. You know what I'm saying? Like I just it's just different. Like and I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying how it is for me because when I say a person of the arts, I know all the words to every song that's been made in the past 40 years as it pertains to R&B and
Right.
some of the blues. You know what I'm saying? So like I just can't allow it to occupy a negative space in my mind because it occupies such a large space in my mind. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
I
A lot
understand
of
what you're
people
saying.
feel that way, you can't take the music and destroy it because of his actions. When the music was good and it made people feel good at one point or another. I get it. Some people still feel that same way about the music they did back then. Listening to it now, they would feel the same exact way.
I
So I
do.
understand. I understand. Me, when it comes to certain songs, I just would rather not listen to them because it for me it brings up the trauma that the girls went through and how he hid everything in plain sight. Some songs I can still relate to and kick it, but those songs are more the songs about fun and just having fun, not the sexualized songs. The
Okay,
sexualized
so
with
what
it.
about Age Ain't Nothing But a Number by Aaliyah?
I
I
was
can't
just thinking about that. I can't.
Like here
I can't get
I
with it.
am and there you are. That's my shit. I can't just
When I was young, that was my shit. I did think like that.
yeah.
I thought I
Right.
was
And
able.
it ain't nothing
It
but a
made me
number.
feel right. It made me feel like, oh yes, this is my song. I am a teenager, but I'm grown
Mm-mm.
enough in my mind to be with an old enough man. And at that time, I was already sexualized and I was already abused, and I went through all the things that I went through. So in my mind, when that song came out, I was already ready. I was like, yes, that's right. Age ain't nothing but a number. So if I was 16 and a 22-year-old would approach me, I would be like, age ain't nothing but a number. And I would tell him the truth about my real.
Mm-mm.
You know what? I'm sorry. It's certain songs for me personally. But when some songs he got kind of arrogant on. Like after '08, he was like saying stuff in songs like if you're thirsty, I got that good lemonade and all that kind of shit. With after the
Right.
trial, so when he was doing stuff like that, I was like, now you just being a dick. You know what I'm saying, bruh? Fuck you. But that old stuff,
I am right
it's
now,
still hit though.
Cheeky.
So like I said, I
I'm
don't
sorry.
listen to it like that no more.
Okay, Cheeky. I will too.
Shit, I can't. I'm at work.
But yeah, I don't listen to R. Kelly's music just because I know that some of the songs written for girls. I
Right.
know that now that most of all of his money that he made off of his records went to the minors he was paying off. You know,
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I can't support it. I mean, but I don't knock
Right.
anybody
I
that
would
do
never.
listen to his music.
Right. I would never like anything that he puts out new or anything of that. I would never download it.
No,
I would never give him props or any type of recognition for the shit he's doing because I know that that money is funneled to support Joy, who needs to be home.
exactly.
Right now, I get that. Now, I have not purchased a new album, but I think that everything up until maybe 2019, I probably had already had anyway already in the vault, and I already paid for it. So I'm just like, when it comes up on my playlist, before I didn't realize that I didn't already sung the whole song. Like I can't move it out of my spirit from the good space that I'm serious. Like I
Mm.
got so many good
That's a
memories.
Mm.
That
Like
was
I
the one
can't.
that I didn't like either. I like the crotch on you. That shit was just OD outrageous. I
Yeah,
can't.
now that's some bullshit. I ain't
I didn't like
had
that
that.
song.
That ain't on my
That's not.
playlist.
Good night, SK.
Hey D, but you know that song I remember I
Hey,
told you Leah was
mommy.
on when she was like, she had to be like, that one Aaliyah had to be like 14 years old, and she was singing like a duet with him. I think that Your Body Called the remix. I don't like that song either. I'm like, I don't know why he even thought about doing that or putting that young ass girl on that track.
What about when he said you got that vibe when he was doing You Got That Vibe? When he said
Right, and
little
shout out
Aaliyah.
Aaliyah.
Yeah,
He
little
even
Aaliyah
shouted out
is
Montina
12
Woods.
years old.
Oh man.
He even shouted out Montina Woods.
Right, like so I don't understand how what does a 12-year-old have? What does a
What vibe is a 12-year-old?
What vibe does she have at 12?
Hey Diva,
Yeah.
did you see what's her name? Beautiful Brown Eyes. She said you could use her Bruce and Carrie interview if you like. It's just the sound from 2018.
Oh, what? Bruce and Carrie interview where?
Yeah, he's speaking about the recording contest. In the comments, Beautiful Brown Eyes.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Go
No, I
up,
didn't see
Diva. Go up.
Where is it?
Good night, SK.
Good night.
Because it's just so crazy to think about how long this has actually been going on in our culture, just period. Like
And
the
it's
older,
still going on.
yeah,
I got you right now.
Yes, Sharice.
Like,
That's how exactly,
She said,
Sharice.
you can use my Bruce and Carrie interview if you like. It's just the sound from 2018. He speaks about the recording contract.
James,
Wait,
don't put it on to
they did an interview together?
I'm gonna drop the link. Brown Eyes, do me a favor, Brown Eyes. If you're still in the chat, mommy, drop the link. You don't have to come on the panel. Just come on,
exactly, Carrie.
in backstage so that you could drop the link for me in the private chat. I don't know if you know how to do that.
Okay, so
what? Oh,
is Levi gonna admit to the messages he sent to talk about Dana?
You gonna what?
Levi was talking about Dana and some messages showed on his channel last night.
Yeah, we have Levi, Dana, Skylight, and Angie on the panel. On whose panel?
Skylight dumbass is up there now on Levi's panel.
What is Angie and Dana getting into it? What they talking about?
I don't see the only person I see up there is Skylight.
Oh,
Sky Knight.
Who's this Brooklyn So Wavy person? What streaming yard is this? Oh,
that's me. That's my other channel.
Okay, what's Dana and Skylight up there?
Okay, so he's got Skylife, I guess Dana and Angie. Yep.
You see how? Oh, okay, I see it now.
Let's see what they talk about.
Who's the other person in the bread?
Yes, I think everyone's here.
You got that banner thing up there.
Hey, Beautiful Brown Eyes. I love your videos, by the way.
Now,
yes, baby.
in order for us to make it look, even though our intentions are totally different, to find out who Levi is.
Okay. Look.
Hi, y'all.
What's up, baby?
Hey, Cheeky. Happy birthday.
It was still trying to do cash apps.
I popped in real quick, y'all.
There's a whole thought, nigga.
Hi, beautiful mommy. What you doing, lady?
I'm a mute.
I'm drunk. I just had my dinner. And yeah, I'm drunk. And I'm smoking some weed.
Your hair looks nice, Cheeky.
Thank you, fat boy. Y'all.
Oh, my husband just woke up, guys. He's rubbing his good luck charms.
Oh, God.
You know, David,
Well,
he has to wake up and fill up
in
on me.
Diva's case, y'all, I'm not as lucky as Diva, but...
Good, did he fart yet?
He's rubbing it for you again. It's for you, fat boy.
What? Okay. That's kind of weird.
Y'all been telling me happy birthday.
You gotta rub mine too.
Happy birthday, mama. We love you, Tiki.
What's going on here?
Okay. Brown Eyes, did you get to hear what I said? All right, I'm gonna go to let's see what they're talking about. Hold on, y'all.
Leave it, but at the same time, I'll say this in closing, then I'll let y'all finish. What they say are lies, rumors, conjecture, and innuendo and slander. My general complaint, which will be for the world to see against Mr. Author, ain't no goddamn slander. It's a tangible complaint that contains irrefutable information in it. Everything that I do, everything that I've done, I make sure that it's sound and irrefutable.
Well, I got a question. Can I ask a question, please?
Yes, Dana, stand up and tell your name. Social Security number 2.
I got a question.
Wait. Okay, what happened here?
Yeah, stand up and tell your name.
Damn. Anybody here?
Just think about yourself, your apartment, whatever. And let's just say, I want y'all to think with me. They prey on y'all because most of you don't really, it's not, I don't blame you, but to write with they pen. First of all, if you work a job and you have a niece or a nephew and you say, you know what, I'm about to write a book.
All right, I'm fast forwarding a little.
Wait a minute, hold on. A man.
It don't matter how long you fast forward. He ain't gonna get to the point.
I'm trying to Sky. Hold on.
Until he badmouth Kels. Okay.
You got the flow, sweetie. Go ahead and tell me what you think about anything, everything. You got the floor.
Okay, well, I mean, at first, let's start at the very beginning. Okay, I used to follow Choke No Joke until he badmouth Kels. Okay, at that point, and that's for anybody, you know, I'm gonna stop following you, and that was the end of that. Then when I saw you on there, I'm like, okay, well, you know, let's see what this is about. So he came on that. Now he's, you know, back. He's a Kel supporter, or he's at least looking at the case. Okay. So now I gave him another review. So it appeared to be, you know, a good thing, you know, from the start. You know, he did convince a lot of people to even take the time to look at Kel's case. And he has a whole different fan base and subscriber base than what we have, because when you look at the chat, he doesn't even have the same people.
New York just became a no-fly zone. You hear me?
Oh God, Don Snow's there. Don Snow jumped on the panel.
Why they let that crackhead little boy on there?
Are you kidding me?
So
They're gonna get lit.
you know, it was then it was weird because over time, you know, people started getting crossed, like crossed out. The real Kel supporters, the people that there you go, they crossed Dana out, they crossed you out. You know, they people start getting. I got blocked. You know what I'm saying? I'm blocked from the chat, and I'm like, well, what I'm doing blocked? You know, it's weird that the true Kel supporters that have been there from day one start getting kicked out the chat. So then I had to look at it again, but what I don't understand is this, Levi. Why haven't the attorney sent a cease and desist letter to stop him from reading these letters? So are we saying that Kels did send him the letters, or are we saying we just don't know at this point yet? What are we saying?
Excellent question. I'm going to defer. I'm going to tell you what I think, but I'm going to defer to Dana. Dana knew it. I'm going to defer to
Dana. What's going on, Dana?
Yeah, I'm going to defer to Dana, and then I'm going to tell you what I think. Dana, go ahead, man.
Golly, why you put me on the spot? I'm trying to sort out paperwork, and I'm trying to.
But boy, you better tell the truth.
About them letters, like I said, The first letter that he wrote, that was from the 2002, 2008 case. That was in his intellectual property. Y'all know who stole his stuff. All the stuff after that, those are excerpts from Cash Jones' book, new book that came out.
Wait, what is he talking about?
To answer the question, why having the lawyers? That's a good question. I don't know. If I had to bet my dollar, though, it's because they are working on getting this appeal done, crushed, and overturned, and they're not focusing on social media. That would be my answer. I don't know. I don't call Miss Bojine office. I never did. I never emailed Miss Bojine, nor did I ever call her. So, I mean, I'm just looking at all this pan out. Then you got then it's like you got bloggers talking about, I support Don Russell. Well, how do you support Don Russell over say people is upset because Kale's speaking? Let's go here. In 2002, did he speak? And when he did, that first letter that he wrote for the lawyers then got, matter of fact, it was 5 letters then. And the lawyers then got them stricken to the point where the...
Wait a minute. I'm confused. Hold on, wait a minute. Dana's saying that the letter that Choke No Joke read the first time was from 2002, but R. Kelly wasn't locked up.
So that boy can't help himself sometimes.
Wait. Wait a minute. Time out.
I'm just gonna say,
Time out. Wait a minute. And then Dana just said 5 letters? How? What? Why would R. Kelly write 5 letters if he went in jail in 2002, signed whatever, he went to his hearing, he was in jail overnight, went to the hearing, they bonded him out for $750,000. He was out on bond the next day. So when did he take time to write 5 letters from the jail cell? That makes no sense.
And he can't write.
But hello, where was he going to get paper and all of that? He was only in the bookings.
But he can't write. He's illiterate.
He can write. Let me tell everybody something. Please stop with the fucking shenanigans. Can he get R. Kelly right? He only has dyslexia. Stop. He just decided to have people do shit for him. That's it. That's all. He was lazy. That's it. That's all. He could write. I'm telling you, he could write. He could read. Just
So
certain
stop
letters
that.
look backwards to him. That's it.
Stop that, fat boy.
I just want to know the truth.
And how is it that R. Kelly wrote 5 letters when he was in the bookings for overnight? That's it. That's all. I'm confused. What? Is that what Choke No Joke said? That letter was in 2002?
I didn't hear him say that.
I don't remember.
But you know how Dana is. Dana comes up with his own shit.
Oh man. Oh, okay.
Well, he gonna be roasted another week.
Oh Lord.
Well. Moving right along.
I'd rather finish listening to Carrie Kelly.
Yeah.
It's just different things that I have to do. I'm not speaking to my family. Some of my family members not go over my shoulders. I gotta don't.
Answered it. Do you regret taking part in surviving R. Kelly?
No, I don't, because I'm still surviving R. Kelly. You know, I gotta look over my shoulders. I gotta, it's just different things that I have to do. I'm not speaking to my family. Some of my family members not speaking to me. So I mean, it's a life-changing situation that's going on, and at the end of the day, I pray for my brother because that's still my mama's child. A person can't I love my mama Joanne Kelly. I can't say that I love her without loving her seed, but her seed is a bad seed.
I'm so sorry. What else would you like to add? I mean,
I would like to say too that I have a daughter mom in Cleveland, Ohio, that's saying things. Her name is Andrea Woodard. And basically, Andrea Woodard and Sinethia Full of Love is actually coming together 18 years later, saying that I've done something. Why? Because I'm speaking the truth on R. Kelly. See, these people, even though they're my kid's mom, they are fans of his and always been. So I'm just trying to understand, if something happened to your child, Dana, and you knew about it, would you wait to report this to your child if your child came to you and told you this is what happened to her and her father is the one that did this? It don't make sense.
No, I would. Well, I hope you can get through that. And
you got your wrench, Brown Eyes.
It just seems to me, well, it doesn't really seem anything. I just think it's really, really sad, and I'm sorry for you. And I hope that these false accusations get worked out.
Oh, they will, because God, he sits high and he look low and he know everything.
Do you think that is this recent, and is it because of surviving R. Kelly, or did they start making these accusations or coming together to make this accusation before the documentary?
Well, to be honest with you, I just found out the other day because I actually spoke to the auntie Dorothy Full of Love. Mm-hmm. This is their mom's sister. And she don't believe these allegations because she watched me raise my kids. She watched me raise her kids. She left me with her kids. Mm-hmm. These are people that trusted me. And so, she just informed me yesterday that, hey, they've been saying this for a few years amongst the family. That I supposed to have
one of your own.
I tried to molest my daughter. I tried to molest her. And so she was like, I'm just now hearing this by her being the auntie. So it didn't make sense because my sister never told me this. My mama didn't know about it. So now it's like they've been saying it amongst each other. And then now, since the Surviving R. Kelly thing came out, this is what they're trying to put out there.
And I just want to ask you again, because that's a serious allegation, but you're saying no, there's no way that happened.
There's no way. I have raised other people's kids that's not mine. Daughters, sons.
You never did anything inappropriate.
Never did anything inappropriate. I didn't even let my daughters, you know how little girls are coming, I'm daddy. Mm-hmm. They'll come and they'll try to sit on your lap. No, you don't sit on my lap. You sit right here. Mm-hmm. That's just me. That's how I was raised, especially knowing what happened to me as a child. Mm-hmm. I would never put nobody else's child through that same agony and pain, especially mine.
Okay. So that was the end of that. I'm trying to copy.
That boy answered Tia's question.
Fat boy answered Tia's question.
Damn. So annoying. Shit.
I'm trying to. Okay.
Then he see, look at. Ooh. Okay.
I'm trying to
She sent the link in the chat.
Yeah, I'm trying to grab it. I don't know how to grab it, guys. Anybody know how to grab it?
Grab it and do what with it?
Send it to me in the I'm trying to grab it.
In the private chat.
Yeah, let me see. Yeah, and put it in the private chat. That's let me see if I can do it.
I only see StreamYard.
All right, let me see. Hold on. I just did something else. Hold on.
Here.
I'm so sorry.
God damn it! Why are all these damn links open? Not links, but what are these things?
I got it.
Oh wait, turn to it. I didn't want to do that.
Where the hell? Wait.
Pissing me off.
I'm trying to get it right here, guys. Hold on. I saved it to watch later. What the hell is that? All right, let me do this again. Watch later. All right, let me go back. Okay, here we go. Found it. Got it.
Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you. It's clear he's no longer living the high life. This area has one of the highest crime rates in the US.
Thank you, Lynn.
It's Benjamin Zahn from the BBC.
Let me give you a wrench, Lynn.
Yeah, I'll be the guy after you. Nice to meet you. We're joined by Carey's cousins and
Now I can't hear shit.
his son Trevor.
Gone.
The brother
Everybody
Bruce
should
is
be on
also
mute.
on his way.
I put it in the private chat, Diva.
Sitting on our
Okay.
mom's lap.
I got it, mommy. I'm playing it now. Sorry.
You look pretty similar, don't you? How close were you here?
Lynn, type in the chat, Lynn.
Oh, we was real close. Like before we took that picture, it's like we was really trying to get the position on our mama lap.
Trying to get closer.
Trying to get close.
Thank you, Ty.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right there. That brings back memories.
Ty, put your mic on mute.
Our mom
What you do?
I don't want to mute
like
you.
regular kids. We got instruments. Bruce played the guitar. I played the drums. Rob played the keyboard.
I can't hardly hear it.
Side with my mom.
When was it clear that Robert was gonna be a singer, successful R&B singer?
Okay, thanks.
It was like maybe 13, and he told me and my brother Bruce. He said, "I'm gonna write a song for Michael Jackson one day." We looked at him, Michael Jackson. He's gonna get close to Michael Jackson, and then he ended up doing it. He ended up writing several hits for Michael Jackson. But as kids, he always been a visionary.
When was the last time you saw him?
The last time I saw Robert was, let's say, 4 or 5 years ago.
Really? That long? Why?
His lawyer actually said it could have been his brother, and it ended up on the news. And when it ended up on the news, they had a picture of my brother and a picture of me right next to each other.
You were being accused of being the guy in this video, in the sex tape video.
Yes. My kids was going to school, and they was being judged by their peers. Mm-hmm. They pretty much was saying, your daddy is a molester.
It was to clear his name that Carey spoke out against his brother.
But it was a lot of nasty things that I did say that I wasn't right about because I was angry. That was wrong on my part. You know, I didn't see it at that time, but now I do. And that kind of made Robert look at me strange because that's what I did.
What actually happened then in your eyes?
I didn't hear you.
What actually happened?
I really don't care to even answer no more questions about that situation right there. This right here is bringing my family back together. I'm not trying to relive that no more. Good God. That's Bruce.
Wait, he said he's trying not to relive that anymore, but yet he wants his brother back in his life. Like, he was just going through a lot of emotions, this guy.
Bruce is R. Kelly's older brother. At one time, he acted as the singer's personal assistant.
Nice to meet you, man. I'm Ben.
Good to meet you, man.
Yeah, Ben from the BBC.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, man, boy, this is good. This feels good, man.
A lot of people say a lot about Robert Kelly. Who is the real Robert Kelly for you?
This person who we see singing songs and stuff like that, I'm proud of that part of him, but that's not the Robert Kelly that we know.
Did the fame change everything in terms of your relationship?
Some for the better and some for the bad. I mean,
do you feel like you guys have been left behind a bit?
In a way, yeah, absolutely. Robert knows that Carrie's very talented. He knows I'm talented. I produce, I play. Carey still makes music and dreams of returning to the big time.
How's the music going down there?
My court cases got me twisted. I ain't bragging about jail cause I ain't missing. I'm out bigger flags of a wall. And brothers screaming down the hall asking guys to make another call. And brothers trying to set the sleep at night. I'm feeling guilty for the time I did it, feeling the pipe. I'm thinking on
another song by Carey Kelly.
Bruce, are you surprised that you've got a brother who's clearly talented and you've got another brother who's extremely famous and has the ability to, I suppose, help you in the music industry? Are you surprised that he hasn't helped?
Yeah, I am surprised. Robert once asked me to talk to Carrie, and he was going to give him a one-shot record deal. It would entail him to do a favor, Robert, and Robert would entail give him a one record deal. I don't understand it because why do you have to make a deal with your brother to give him a deal? Why not just put him out there?
What was the favor?
Why not just put him out there? Why you gotta make a deal with your brother, R. Kelly? Huh? Why couldn't you just say, look, you good, bro? You good, bro. I like your style. I like your shit. Work with me. I'm gonna work with you. No, instead you said, bro, if you pretend to be me on a video, I will give you a contract. And now Carey Kelly saying that was all a lie?
At the time, he wanted Carrie to... No, I'd rather not talk about that. Well... I'd rather not talk about that. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Was it
that? Out there, until give him a one record deal, a one shot to talk to Carrie. Yeah, I am surprised. Robert once asked me to talk to Carrie, and he was going to give him a one-shot record deal. It would entail him to do a favor, Robert, and Robert would entail give him a one record deal. I don't understand it because why do you have to make a deal with your brother to give him a deal? Why not just put him out there?
What was the favor?
At the time, he wanted Carrie to... No, I'd rather not talk about that. Well... I'd rather not talk about that. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Was it something to do with the tape?
I'm not talking about that.
Okay.
You see the bullshit? Y'all see the bullshit? Are you kidding me? That is crazy. And so now Carey Kelly is reneging on a lot of the things that he said in the past. I honestly think Carey Kelly must have been paid off by his brother. Something happened there. I don't know what, but something definitely happened there. How are you going to go out on a limb saying all these things, saying you seen this, you did see that, this happened, he said this, he said that, and now you're like, well, that wasn't really true. That wasn't really true. No, I was just mad at my brother. You know how it is. You know when you're kids and you fight. You weren't kids. You were adults. There's no excuse. Now you're backtracking on all the shit you said. That is terrible. You should not be doing this. You should be honest all the way. You now your credibility is shot to hell. Mr. Killer Carey. Killer Kelly. Ty free Kelly. I bet he won't get on the stand to testify. Right.
I bet none of them get on the stand.
Free Kelly.
I confess.
Like this is crazy.
He got too many different stories for me. Shit.
Right. You it's so now your credibility is shot. You know, everybody that once did believe you is now like, huh? What? He? Get the fuck out of here. When did you get paid, bro? When did you get paid, bro?
But you know, Diva, like this. How come he didn't speak up for his brother when he was in New York?
At the court, right? He could have been like, "Listen, lawyer, let me talk to my."
He was busy chasing Debo and them niggas around there.
Okay,
Exactly.
and to top it all off, right? And then to top it all off, fucking Don the Con, you're hanging out with him. So did you decide to? Did you get paid by Don? Good question.
No.
He got stock in the company.
Like why didn't R. Kelly have any credible witnesses? Didn't Sharon Wimbush for a long time say that she was gonna be a witness?
Yep, she sure did. She sure did.
You can't be a witness because he was cheating on his wife with you. You are not credible.
Oh shit.
Bye.
Rico
They're gonna let the mistress get up there. Okay.
Yeah, the mistress / nutritionist / peekabooist.
The mistress.
Fuck it. She said she saw everything. She saw through the skirt. She saw the pictures.
She does saw everything.
Now this is how she's not credible to me. Who? I mean, you know, my memory's shot anyway. But who would remember that long ago what somebody else wore for their wedding and they wasn't even at the wedding?
Wow. I tell you, that's some strange.
You know, it's not like, you know, like they performed the ceremony, and, you know, and she was there. They went somewhere else, didn't they? They went somewhere else and ran off and got married. R. Kelly and what's her name, Drea Kelly.
Yeah, he had a plane fly over or some shit.
Yeah, him and not him and the puppy in the helicopter.
Right, he had roses and all types of things.
But you wasn't even there at the wedding, so how do you remember what they had on that long ago?
Right?
She was jealous of Andrea.
Shit.
She wanted to be her.
So weird.
She is a whole stalker.
Like, how the fuck do a lot of you people know what went on when none of y'all were really there?
Hold on. She was in an interview and somebody asked how long has it been since she's seen R. Kelly or whatever. She say 20 years. Well,
yeah, Choke asked her that.
You don't even know this man for real. Get your ass on, groupie. He just slept with you for a minute. That's all.
Wasn't it supposed to be a baby involved?
With her?
I thought I heard something.
I wouldn't be surprised she act like a chihuahua crazy baby mama.
I'm gonna go on mute real quick, guys. Give me a second.
She knows everything about him, his life, everybody he was around, and everything. But you only worked for him for what, a year?
A year.
From Keith.
How do you know all this? I mean, she knows about every witness, every victim.
She gets all her information from Keith or whatever his name is.
Keith.
Yeah.
Say it with me,
Stop
fat
doing
boy.
that.
Keith.
Whatever his name is.
His name is Free R. Kelly. That's what his name is. Where's that goddamn Lysol? Yeah, Nicole, she knows a hell of a lot. She knows more than R. Kelly. That bitch, she just knows too much. Keefus. Yeah, she knows too much for me to be, you only work here for a year and a half. And what was it, a year and a half, Tears?
I think it was like probably a year and a half.
Okay, even a year and a half, that look.
When you look her up, it shows her time frame that she worked for him. And it wasn't long enough for her to be speaking the way that she's speaking. So she had to be a side bitch. That's why her and Andrea don't like each other. They know of each other.
Mm-hmm. She remembers everything that Andrea had in her room.
Oh, she crazy.
She she remembers way too much for me. Shit.
She was a super groupie. A super groupie.
Super groupie. That's right. Oh shit. Put this damn thing down. Okay. Yeah. Too much.
Right, Miss Me.
Like I said, she was getting busy on Andrea's sheets.
Jay says nothing wrong with being a side piece.
James, yes it is. I mean, you are second. You are the last stop.
Well, shit, if you gonna be one, don't remember so goddamn much. Shit.
Yeah, you're right.
That's when you
remembering
become
every
a
goddamn
stalker.
thing.
She wanted to be in Andrea's shoes. That's why
she was his kookabine. Kookabine. Yeah, she's something else. I would never want to know none of my damn business.
James,
shit.
You said better than third. No, it's always first.
And when did they call it quits?
Who?
Her and R. Kelly.
I don't. It says it, but it was only like a year and a half that she worked for him.
But you saying that she was a side piece after she worked for him?
She was doing the whole goddamn time. Side piece.
She allegedly. I'm back, y'all.
I gotta put my.
Well, I wanted you guys to check this out. You guys all have heard of Nexium, right?
Huh?
You guys have heard of Nexium?
Yeah, that
with
that
Keith
other
Raniere
pedophile,
and
yeah.
Yeah, the girl from Smallville.
No.
What I missed? You didn't miss shit, Debo.
What you miss? What you miss?
Wait, do the Mosky.
And you can shout out to the side piece. Get through it, loco. Go sit over there, you crazy ass.
Do the Mosky.
Do the Mosky.
That's what's the thing called her.
Do the Mosky. I like that one.
Do the Mosky.
Yeah, he got 120 years, right? 125.
Yeah,
Well, check this out.
Oh, you missed Carrie's I Confess, Dudamoski.
Yeah, that's what you missed. You missed the interview with Tasha K.
He raps worse than you do.
He confessed. He confessed all R. Kelly sins.
Dudamoski.
So, the girl from Smallville, which her name is Allison Mack, Keith Raniere actually had this cult thing on, trying to convince people how to better yourself, how to self-improve, and, how fear is a cause of a lot of reasons why people are the way they are. And
is that enough?
You could have given me more than that, baby.
I was scared.
You could put a little more than that. And you didn't have to do that. You could have. There's no juice made? Okay. Can you make juice instead of making just a bottle? I mean, really? Thank you.
I had another bottle, but I think I added too much sugar.
He's not a rapper. He don't even write that stuff. Boy.
Well, it looked to me like you was rapping in the video.
So Allison Mack, she also went down. She's went down with Keith Raniere for sex trafficking and recruiting women and branding women.
Yo, Ty sounds like she eating turkey bacon.
Ty, you eating turkey bacon? David said.
I will if he does.
She said she will if you do.
I don't do turkey.
He said he don't do turkey bacon. He do regular bacon. Give him all that fat and grease and shit.
No regular bacon, David. No regular bacon.
Squeeze juicy fat.
No. Look, that's what has you farting and stuff.
That's what has you farting and stuff, David.
Diva, you just said it. I got that from I got that from you. Shit.
Oh my
God. McMuffins for the minors. And she's on a taper too. Right, Rockin'. I think she's
right.
On a tape.
Well, exactly. Why wasn't she called to the stand? Because she has been compromised.
Hello.
A part of the case.
The scheme. You always look good, sexy.
They got her on tape too.
He took his suit off. Oh, good. He took that John Travolta suit off.
Don't touch me down there.
I love you.
Don't touch that.
Let me touch you.
It's not
I'm gonna
yours.
touch you anywhere I want to touch you.
No sex online. Huh? Come on.
They ate it.
My steak.
Your steak, you ate it.
Oh, because everybody had a fucking piece when I made mine.
You had 3 pieces, didn't you?
And the daughter had one and he had one. Well, he had 2 pieces.
Oh, I didn't know all of that.
So it was my other.
In that stomach, you better go pump it out. I'm sorry, guys. I should have went on mute. I'm sorry, y'all. My husband's getting ready to leave for work, so y'all already know.
What?
All right, guys. I'm going to play a little bit of this just so we can listen, okay?
Mm-hmm.
What are we listening to?
Allison Mack, the story about Allison
day
Mack.
for disgraced upstate New York self-improvement guru
Keith Raniere.
The Nexium founder had followers that included actors and millionaires. The actress Allison Mack is out on bail after facing a judge in Brooklyn. Prosecutors say she recruited women into a sex trafficking sorority disguised as a women's empowerment group. Founded in Albany in 1998, Nexium offered self-help courses for thousands of dollars. It expanded across the country to Mexico and Canada. In 2015, a secret female-only society was added called DOS, or The Vow, with masters and slaves.
See, that's when it really started getting twisted. because he always had a sex cult. He always had sex with different women in there, and he would keep it a secret from other women. But then when Allison Mack came on the scene, he had her recruiting other women and then decided to start branding them into this secret society called J Ness. And this is DOS. Keep paying attention, guys.
At the top of DOS, prosecutors say actress Allison Mack.
What he do?
If convicted, both he and Mack could face up to
Allison Mack was born to American parents in 1982 in West Germany. Her father was an opera singer and her mother a school teacher. After her father finished performing in Germany, they moved to Long Beach, California, where Allison began acting at only 4 years old. In the 90s, she starred on TV shows besides prominent actors like Eugene Levy, and at age 14, she guest starred on Seventh Heaven, a popular show where the actress Jessica Biel got her start. Allison played a troubled student at school who needed crisis intervention on Seventh Heaven, but she wasn't just on TV. Allison appeared in movies like A Private Matter with Sissy Spacek, Unlikely Angel with Dolly Parton, and she was in the sequel to Honey, I Shrunk the Kids titled Honey, We Shrunk Ourselves, starring Rick Moranis and a young Mila Kunis. But Allison's biggest role came at age 18 when she was cast as Chloe Sullivan in a superhero series called Smallville. Smallville was a TV show about the early adventures of Kryptonian Clark Kent, played by Tom Welling, and follows him as he learns about his developing superpowers. Allison's character, Chloe, was one of Clark Kent's closest friends who provided operational support to Clark and their team of heroes.
Right.
Chloe's superpowers were empathic healing and super intelligence. Allison once described Chloe Sullivan's power as, quote, the ability to heal others by taking their pain and making it her own, unquote. In videos on her YouTube channel, Allison would tell fans how the Smallville set had something they jokingly referred to as the alley board. It was a board Allison stood on when next to her co-star Tom Welling that gave her about 3 to 4 inches of height, being as Allison is only 5'5" and Welling is nearly a foot taller than her, standing at 6'3". Allison starred on Smallville from 2001 to 2011, and the show's success heightened her career. She was nominated twice for Best Supporting Actress on Television and earned 2 Teen Choice Awards for Best Sidekick.
Right here beside, second year in a row, TCA winner, Choice Sidekick, Allison Mack.
All the fans that voted for me for the Teen Choice, thank you so much. It is so lovely. We are all the way up here in Vancouver and stuck in a soundstage the majority of the year. So the fact that we get to hear the applause through the award shows is so cool and feels so good. So I don't know, all actors want to be loved. And this is just such a lovely way of feeling that kind of warm embrace from your fans. So I really appreciate it.
Allison allegedly amassed a net worth of $7 million and was featured annually at Comic-Con and made media appearances often. But as Allison Mack played the audience favorite and Superman's sidekick, little did she know that one day she would become the sidekick to one of the most nefarious cult leaders in U.S. history. A man named Keith Raniere. While Allison starred in Smallville, her personal life was heating up as well. In the early 2000s, she had a long relationship with the actor Chad Krawchuk and later began dating her Smallville co-star Sam Witwer in 2010. Sam and Allison dated for 2 years before he asked her to marry him in 2013, but the engagement was called off only 1 year later. It's unknown why, but by this point, Allison had already been involved with a self-help group called Nexium for 8 years. Allison was introduced to Nexium in 2006 by her Smallville co-star Kristen Crook. Smallville was filmed in Vancouver, Canada, and Vancouver was also home to one of Nexium's headquarters. Keith Raniere learned through the grapevine that Allison would be attending a Nexium workshop that would last an entire weekend. Knowing who she was, Keith put out orders to have his most successful, wealthiest, and highest-ranking members fly their private plane to this intensive and never leave Allison's side. Their goal? To charm Allison Mack and make her first intensive special. Cult experts would later call this love bombing. Love bombing is when someone overwhelms you with loving words, actions, and behavior. But unlike real love that comes with no strings attached, love bombing is a manipulation technique used to win over your trust and affection in order to get you to do something. For reasons unknown, Allison wasn't happy with her TV acting career, and according to Nexium insiders, she asked Keith to make her a great actress again. Allison had no idea that at only 23 years old, the darkest chapter of her life was about to begin. Nexium touted itself as a non-traditional company that taught ethics, human potential, and professional development. Nexium offered courses that told members it could give them the keys to higher consciousness. Nexium claimed that celebrities like Rosario Dawson, Jennifer Aniston, and Gerard Butler took their courses, and even the son of a former Mexican president was a well-known member. Nexium was founded by a man named Keith Raniere, a man who described himself as a genius and former child prodigy. His followers believed he would change the world and that through his teachings he could cure all of society's problems. Keith claimed he was so intelligent the government considered him a threat, and some of his followers believed he could even cure scoliosis, diabetes, and Tourette's. Some believed his energy was so powerful he could impact the weather. Keith Raniere claimed to have begun speaking in full sentences at the age of 1, reading at the age of 2, and honed the skills of a concert pianist by age 12. Keith bragged that he had an IQ of 240 and was in the Guinness Book of World Records for being the smartest man alive. He asked his Nexium followers to call him Vanguard, a name he picked up from one of his favorite arcade games as a kid, in which the character of the Vanguard increased in power at the destruction of his enemies. Keith told everyone he was a scientist and philosopher and said he had 3 graduate degrees. Keith also claimed Nexium's courses were better than getting an MBA, something he didn't have. The truth is, Keith did play piano, and he played piano well, but he was only in the 1989 Australian edition of the Guinness Book of World Records, and it's reported the IQ test he took was non-standard, unmonitored, and taken at home. Keith also tied for that title with other individuals. His college transcripts that were later revealed showed Keith was on academic probation, and his grade point average was a low 2.2. To draw people into Nexium, Keith told people, quote, "There's no problem with the planet, it's the stuff we do. You will become that which you want to see in the world," unquote. Keith made people think they were in full control of their lives and that anyone who wanted to complain about problems in their life was what he called being at cause. Being at cause was something Keith taught, claiming that people are responsible for everything in their lives, all successes and failures, all feelings and reactions. Keith taught that a person cannot blame anyone or anything for their suffering, and that there are no victims, only people who have attached negative meaning to an event, person, or thing. Basically, it's a fancy way to victim blame, stating that a victim is partially or fully responsible for the actions of offenders. Keith told those who took his courses that Nexium could save the world by training people to become ethical leaders and that he could enlighten people to have more control and understanding about who they really were, thus creating a better world. Keith claimed he was celibate, like a monk, but this would turn out to be anything but true. At best, Keith was a life coach with wild marketing claims. At worst, he was a con man and a sadist, designing a cult and psychologically breaking down his followers while indoctrinating them through his programs.
Say, these food bars are really tasty. I didn't know Amway makes food products.
Amway offers over 350 different nutrition, personal care, home care, and houseware products. They're more than just a soap company.
Well, how come you know so much about Amway?
I have my own Amway business.
You mean you're leaving me?
No, my husband and I are building financial independence as part-time Amway distributors.
5 minutes, Mr. Holt. Is that opportunity knocking?
Discover today's Amway.
After college, a young Keith Raniere joined the multi-level marketing company Amway. Keith later put his Amway knowledge to use by creating his own MLM company called Consumers Byline, which sold discounted groceries and supplements. Consumers Byline generated revenue up to $33 million a year before being shut down in 1997 for operating as a pyramid scheme.
He was a master manipulator. You heard he didn't even have he didn't even have a high IQ score. But he sounded so smart when he talked. For those who have not watched The Vow, you need to go watch The Vow. The Vow. VOW on HBO Max. It is crazy, y'all. It is crazy. I recommend you watch it. And when you hear this man speak, you would think that he was really a scientist. You would think he was some type of philosopher, this genius in sociology and psychology, a man who really understands people and the world and how it goes round. And how he gassed you up to thinking that, you can change your life. And some of the tools he gave you were not bad tools that he spoke about. But some of the things he said, at first you're like so intrigued. And then later on, you look back at the things that he said and you just go, what the hell? You mean he said that, but you know what? I didn't look at it like that then. But now when you listen to it, it sounds totally different and it sounds creepy as fuck. Let me continue, guys.
Fuck that. I'm going to walk up to the 53.
Keith and his then-girlfriend Tony had a vitamin shop, and it was Tony who first met Nancy Salzman. Nancy said she was a hypnosis expert and could help Tony with her life. But Tony asked Nancy for help with her boyfriend, Keith, stating he had grandiose ideas and his hours were becoming erratic again. Nancy listened and said, quote, "Oh, that's easy. I can help you. He's a sociopath," unquote. Keith and Nancy met, and 4 days later, Nancy, with glazed over eyes, told Tony, quote, "You don't know who he is," unquote.
She got locked up
Only
too,
1
Nancy.
year later, Keith and Nancy launched Nexium. In a court deposition from November of 2000, Nancy Salzman claimed to not only teach hypnosis, but NLP. NLP stands for Neuro-Linguistic Programming, and it's meant to influence human behavior through touch, tone, and hand movements. NLP is what Tony Robbins claims to use, as many other self-help gurus do too. You may have heard about NLP online as it's used by many in the life coaching community, and in the past, NLP has been used by pickup artists and con men. That does not mean everyone who uses NLP is a bad person, but some bad people have used NLP, including Keith Raniere and Nancy Salzman. Tony Robbins claims he studied NLP under a man named John Grinder, the founder of neurolinguistic programming. It's John Grinder's teachings that Nancy Salzman claimed in a court deposition to have used on everyone she claimed to help. When Nancy was asked in her deposition how she performs NLP techniques, she said, quote, "By talking to the person. It's a talking type of therapy that acts as a conscious and unconscious process. It's a model for human behavior change," unquote. In this deposition, Nancy admitted to only having worked for 1 year as a registered nurse as she was studying and teaching hypnosis and neurolinguistic programming full-time. The father of NLP, John Grinder, wrote in his 1979 book that NLP will, quote, "get you almost everything," unquote. But many licensed counselors and psychologists consider NLP to be nothing more than pseudoscience and a tool used for manipulation. Together, Keith and Nancy designed all of Nexium's courses known as ESP, which stood for Executive Success Programs. One 5-day ESP intensive could cost new students $10,000, and it wasn't abnormal for each daily session to last 13 hours. From the very first ESP class, new recruits were told they were going to get uncomfortable and that they needed to get out of their comfort zones. Students were then taught how to bow when entering a session space and how to shake hands differently. Nancy Salzman would come on video in these introductory classes and talk about limiting beliefs, and she would tell new recruits that there will be a part of their brain that will try and reject what they're learning and feeling. But Nancy assured them that was normal. She basically said, just go with it. After Nancy was done speaking on video to these new recruits, the Nexium coaches facilitating the ESP would ask students to write down what they called a personal emotions inventory, where they attempted to open students up to suggestibility by giving them a worksheet with intrusive questions. Questions such as, what's the thing you most regret in life? What was the most positive relationship in your life? And their questions went on. What was the most negative relationship in your life? Describe the situation. And even, what do you most regret in your life? And who do you love most? This was an attempt to get new students to be vulnerable and share deep things that they might normally reserve and keep to themselves with the Nexium teachers. It was on this fateful night in 2006 in a Vancouver hotel while taking her first ESP that Keith's inner circle honed in on Allison Mack during her first meeting, like prey. Nancy offered to fly Allison on their private plane to New York to meet the Vanguard, something that wasn't done regularly, as new members didn't get to meet Keith until completing at least one 16-day intensive at a cost of $7,500. But if there's one thing cult leaders love, it's a high-ranking member with celebrity status who will cast them and their organization into a new spotlight. And this is how Allison became Keith's prized recruit.
Hi, welcome to my blog. Ready? And begin. The very thought of you, and I forget to do the little ordinary things that everyone ought to do. I'm living in a kind of daydream. I'm happy as a king and foolish, though it may seem to me.
Allison
She got locked up too. I believe she's doing 6 years or something like that. I forgot exactly. But you see how he worked the system? You know, he made it work for him. He did this pyramid scheme learned how to do this pyramid scheme and figured he could come out and do his own thing. And so he did. And he had been doing this for many years.
So before Janess, I had tons of people around me all the time. I've always been a people person. People
and sacrifice themselves for a greater, along with the rank of senior proctor, was where high ranks. Just how it's difficult to move up in rank.
Started to do the work in Nicole's lab, do the work.
To which she replied, quote, she feels art is and then tells to most of them this was a lie. In games.
In a kind of daydream, I'm happy as a king, and foolish though it may seem to me.
Allison's first meeting with Keith was during one of his late-night volleyball games, which he played often with Nexium members several times a week, from midnight to 7 a.m. Keith was also known to wake members up in the middle of the night to take long walks with him, where they would talk about whatever Keith had in mind. These late-night walks and games were done in an effort to sleep-deprived members and lessen their critical thinking abilities. And it was easy to do, often, because Keith and a large group of Nexium members lived in a suburb in upstate New York called Clifton Park, and many of them even lived together. Getting to go on a midnight walk with Keith was considered an honor. Nexium members were amazed at how little Keith slept and yet still managed to be so productive. They claim this had to do with his high intelligence. But unbeknownst to most of them, this was a lie, as Keith was well taken care of during the day by hordes of women in his inner circle who did his errands, laundry, and cooked his food so he could rest, while he made them adhere to a strict 500-calorie-a-day diet. Allison decided to work with Keith because she wanted to improve her acting. In many of her videos on YouTube, Allison tells her audience how art is her sole passion in life. And in their first meeting shown here, Keith asked Allison why art is important to her. An exhausted Allison ponders his question and then tells Keith that so much of who she is wrapped up in art, and that film and art brings her so much bliss and joy. Keith tells her, quote, you know you can practice generating an extreme feeling of joy over anything, unquote. He goes on to tell her how Nexium has courses that can help her generate that feeling anytime she wants. And for the first time, but certainly not the last, Keith dismisses Allison's love of art and tells her, quote, what if artistic endeavors were really bogus? What if art is just an excuse for those who couldn't do, unquote. Keith goes on to tell Allison that her most exciting feelings should be independent of art, and if she feels art is necessary to bring her joy, then that in itself is a self-condemnation. It's obvious Allison starts to get confused, and she nervously laughs and then begins to cry. Keith asks her why she's crying, and she responds, quote, because it's pointing at something I've never thought about, and a part of me is kind of freaked out about accepting this. I'm used to that self-condemnation. I'm comfortable with that. If I let go of that belief, then I have to trust that I will be capable of giving myself that feeling, and I don't necessarily trust that right now. And so that's scary because I want that feeling, unquote. And as they leave each other, Keith asks Allison, do you hug? To which she replied, quote, I hug and I kiss. Keith, the pretend celibate monk, was known for kissing all female Nexium members on the lips with every hello and goodbye. But it was Allison who initiated this first kiss before she was even a member.
I think that Allison caught an obsession with him. I think, because I saw the documentary, The Vow, I think she fell head over heels in love with him, was willing to do anything for him, and wanted to have control of things. She was kind of like wishy-washy, flippy-floppy, kind of like, I don't know, you can tell she was very depressed. You can tell she was lonely, and she was a child actress. So maybe a lot of that had to do with the way she was feeling inside about her self-esteem and things that were happening. I mean, she was on Smallville for a long time. And she stopped working, and then she went to find herself, and she found Nexium. They made her feel a kind of way because the other girl dragged her in. Okay, and that girl wound up leaving. The other actress that was in Smallville wound up leaving. I forgot her name, Nikki something or something like that. So it was quite wild. It was quite wild. Quite wild. And, oh, that's my husband. Let me continue. Let me let the rest of this play.
When I first came to ESP, I had on the surface something that seemed to be like the perfect life or a pretty good life. Like superficially, materialistically, I was very successful. I had the job, I had the dog, I had the car, I had the boyfriend, I had the blah, 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 the clothes, everything that I thought I needed in order to be okay. And yet I couldn't stand to be with my family for more than 2 hours at a time. And the idea of being honest with even my best friend was something that was so far outside the realm of possibility that I just kind of thought you always lived your life inauthentically. And when I came to ESP and I started to do the work in the Goals Lab, do the work in the classes, I started to transform in a way that I never expected. Like, I literally didn't know that you could spend time with someone and not be nervous. I literally didn't know that it was possible to have a week with your family where you didn't feel like leaving. I just thought that that wasn't really possible. I thought it happened in the movies. And now that's my life. That's my reality. I have an experience of my family that is nothing but joy. And it's astounding.
To say Allison dived headfirst into Nexium would be an understatement. Allison took as many courses as she could and began moving up the ranks. Just how it's difficult to move up in rank in a multi-level marketing company, aka a pyramid scheme, it was difficult to rank up in Nexium. That's because Nexium was a multi-level marketing company, with Keith as its CEO. Nexium's ranking system was called the Stripe Path, and to move up the Stripe Path, you had to do 3 things. Continue shelling out thousands of dollars to study Nexium's curriculum, recruit others, and get rid of your disintegrations. The rank of Proctor was the first paid rank in Nexium. This rank, along with the rank of Senior Proctor, was where higher-ranking members would earn commissions on whoever they recruited, as well as whoever their recruits recruited, and so on down the pyramid. But a Nexium member couldn't become a Senior Proctor without first spending around $1 million on Nexium's teachings. Only one rank past Senior Proctor was the rank of Counselor, but
You see how he had this pyramid scheme going? The more money you put in and the more loyalty and work you put in, the higher you go in ranks. And he had other people recruiting other people. So it's kind of like, it was like a job you got paid for and you got commission. you did commission work as well. You recruited, you did office work, you did seminars, you would go away on trips. They would send you places with other senior counselors and things of that, Crazy. Check this out. It's wild, man. This is wild. I didn't even know all about this. I was so into R. Kelly that I didn't even realize that all of this was going on at the same time. At the same time, you had Harvey Weinstein, Keith Raniere, Larry Nassar, and R. Kelly all being convicted for almost the same crimes. It's crazy. The Me Too movement is a powerful movement. All of this started because of that. Women started standing up. The whistleblower who came out, Sarah, she started a post on Twitter and hashtagged Me Too and said that she was branded and let the world know about these people. And Jeffrey Epstein. Thank you, Ty. I'm going to continue.
Members couldn't earn that blue sash rank without first investing around $5 million in Nexium. Before somebody was able to reach the first paid rank of Proctor, where they got to be taught by Keith directly, members were made to watch many movies about people who were proud to die for their beliefs and sacrifice themselves for a greater cause. In 2010, Allison Mack made the public announcement she was leaving Smallville as a series regular. But out of respect to her loyal fans, Allison stated she would come back for several episodes in the final season to tie up her character's legacy properly. Allison didn't give a reason for leaving Smallville, but in 2012, she auditioned for a show called Wilfred, starring Elijah Wood. Allison received a recurring role on season 2 of Wilfred and played the quirky girlfriend. In a 2012 interview about Wilfred with TV Guide, Allison said, quote, "I took a year to kind of decide whether or not acting was something I wanted to do anymore and kind of figure out what path I wanted to take and where I was going," unquote. Wilfred would be the last TV role Allison would have, ending in 2014. By this time, Allison had been involved with Nexium for 8 years. Nexium had many different companies under its umbrella, and Keith created a company called The Source. The Source was an acting group, and he told Allison he wanted her to lead it. Allison then became an acting coach under Nexium's umbrella, and she even recruited some of her acting students into Nexium through The Source. Allison also joined another Nexium company called Jeunesse.
So before Jeunesse, I had tons of people around me all the time. I've always been a people person. People used to come visit me in my house and say they were going to Camp Allison because it was like, it was a party. Everywhere I went, it was a party. But I felt very lonely and I didn't understand why. That didn't make sense to me. And I imagined the idea of like finding the most wonderful husband and then feeling intimate and, finding that one best friend and then feeling like at ease in my relationships, at least with just one person. I was just looking for one person. And I didn't understand why I couldn't get that. I was so good with people. I was so good in a living room, but I was so bad at intimacy. The format that the Jeunesse Tracks offers with the men and the women, and then this consolidated, very intense structure where you are just diving into yourself and understanding how you relate to other people, helped me to reveal all of these areas of insecurity, areas of just really basic confusion, or lack of attention, like things that I had just never thought about or looked at in myself. The Jeunesse Tracks helped me open up and see so that I could start to build a relationship with me and start to be honest with me, and then practice being honest with all the people in the tracks with me. And then that expanded out and out and out into the rest of my life. And now I have the most beautiful friendships with people that go so far beyond anything I could have imagined.
Titled Honey, We Shrunk Ourselves, starring Rick Moranis and a young Mila Kunis.
Sorry guys about that. Yeah, looking for love in all the wrong places. You see how you see how you said that, Rockin'? And then you listen to her speak just now, what she said. She was a very lonely girl for a long time. She came to this place and they put her in control of something. She was in direction of something. She was a part of something. People were around her, like she just said in her last words. She had yes men without saying it. She liked that feeling of in control and people doing everything she wanted them to do. She's the one who made this chapter the way it was. She's the one that came up with the idea of branding girls and sex trafficking them and all this crazy stuff. Along with Keith Raniere. They did it together. This is a terrible, terrible thing. I can't even believe that this went on for so long. So long. And only certain people knew. Just like with R. Kelly, only certain people knew. There was a lot of people around them and a lot of people didn't see things. People were manipulated to turn a blind eye. This company was sued left and right. People accused them of things: fraud, tax evasion, assault, and they just paid it off. Paid it off. Either they settled or the other people didn't win their case. It was crazy. Some of these people that try to sue them, like, were suing them for, and what happened was then they countersued. So when they countersued, they just couldn't take it anymore. These people, Nexium, his team of goons, his enablers, his entourage, his people, his enterprise. He got locked up for racketeering, just like R. Kelly, and sexual exploitation of women, just like R. Kelly. And he's a white man in his 50s. It's a damn shame that this poor girl let this all go to her head. She had mental problems and she needed help. And she wound up running into a cult and getting sucked up into that life. So far deep into it that now she's in prison. That is sad. I'm going to continue some more. Why does it keep doing that stupid shit? Every time I go to touch the play and pause, it's doing something else. Fuck.
And I'm not trying to find a future husband. And that is very freeing.
Jeunesse was a women's group with a curriculum for female empowerment that taught people to, quote, inherit their birthright, unquote. Jeunesse claimed to help women understand what it meant to be a woman in a man's world, with emphasis on relationships and sexuality. But under the surface of this group with a feminist facade, Jeunesse was anything but empowering. Keith had members of Jeunesse meet with the men's group and do exercises together, where Keith would teach Jeunesse members how hard it was to be a man and how women were to blame for how they treated men and tempted them sexually. Keith also taught Jeunesse and the men's group about open relationships. Keith believed that men were really polyamorous, while women were monogamous. Keith made these two groups perform militant exercises, such as push-ups, planks, and members weren't allowed to eat, drink, or use the restroom without permission. Keith called these character-building exercises. Female members who talked back or raised objections with the curriculum were humiliated and made to wear masks, a costume with cow udders, and one woman even had to wear a jockstrap. It was around this time that Allison attempted to recruit Emma Watson by tagging her in a few tweets, calling Jeunesse a human development and women's movement, and implying that Emma Watson's humanitarian work would fit in well with the women's group. Only a few years before that, Allison attempted to reach out to Kelly Clarkson in 2013. Allison had been a Nexium member for 5 years at that point, but neither ever responded to her tweets.
You see that? He did the same exact thing like R. Kelly. You needed permission to eat. You had to be on a certain calories amount a day. You would get punished if you did bad things or you didn't listen, if you were disobedient. You had to ask permission to use the bathroom. Same thing. And you mean to tell me that's not torture? That's not abuse? This guy over here called it character building. How they had to do acts of humiliation. And that's character building. That's what Rainier would call it. R. Kelly would call it Rob's rules. Let's continue.
Understand what it meant to be a woman in a man's world, with emphasis on relationships and sexuality. But under the surface of this group with a feminist facade, Jeunesse was anything but empowering. Keith had members of Jeunesse meet with the men's group and do exercises together, where Keith would teach Jeunesse members how hard it was to be a man and how women were to blame for how they treated men and tempted them sexually. Keith also taught Jeunesse and the men's group about open relationships. Keith believed that men were really polyamorous, while women were monogamous. Keith made these two groups perform militant exercises, such as push-ups, planks, and members weren't allowed to eat, drink, or use the restroom without permission. Keith called these character-building exercises. Female members who talked back or raised objections with the curriculum were humiliated and made to wear masks, a costume with cow udders, and one woman even had to wear a jockstrap. It was around this time that Allison attempted to recruit Emma Watson by tagging her in a few tweets, calling Jeunesse a human development and women's movement, and implying that Emma Watson's humanitarian work would fit in well with the women's group. Only a few years before that, Allison attempted to reach out to Kelly Clarkson in 2013. Allison had been a Nexium member for 5 years at that point, but neither ever responded to her tweets. Former friends of Allison began to notice her behavior change. A former castmate of Allison's named Michael Rosenbaum recalled on his podcast of a strange incident he had with her while Allison was in Nexium. Michael played Lex Luthor on Smallville, and although he and Allison were friends on set behind the scenes, he hadn't seen her in quite some time. Michael said a few years after Smallville ended, Allison let him know she was in the area and wanted to stop by his place. He hadn't seen Allison in years and said she walked into his house like she owned the place, and he instantly recognized Allison was a different person. Allison walked in with a couple friends Michael didn't know. They all said hi, and then Allison and her friends walked into his kitchen. Not sure what they were doing, Michael followed them in the kitchen where they began opening his cabinets, took his pots and pans out, and began cooking. Michael was stunned and asked what they were doing, to which Allison replied, "We're hungry. We're hungry." Michael said after a little while, he felt uncomfortable and said something like, "Yeah, you guys might want to leave soon." This made one of Allison's friends violently angry, and he started cursing at Michael. Michael then told them all to, quote, "Get the fuck out of my house," unquote. As he uncomfortably tells this story on his podcast, Michael says he remembered waiting for Allison to jump in and apologize in an attempt to calm down the situation, because that's something she normally would have done. But she didn't. And as they walked out of his house, Michael said it looked like they were in a zombie-like trance. Members of Jeunesse and the men's group were given what was called readiness drills, where Keith or a higher-ranking member would text a man or woman in these two groups, and members had to immediately respond with "ready." These drills could take place at any time, day or night. If a member didn't respond or was late to reply, they were forced to do self-punishment called penance. Bonnie Peace, a female member of Jeunesse, remembers her penance dictated she be forced to sleep on the floor at home for several nights while her husband slept in the bed. Bonnie was an actress who appeared in Star Wars Episode II, Attack of the Clones. She and her husband had met in Nexium, and Bonnie became one of Allison's closest friends. Together, they performed in another Nexium group called Simply Human, which was a live theater group Keith had Allison lead. But Bonnie had had enough of Keith Raniere, and she knew she had to get out of Nexium, even though her husband, a high-ranking member, chose to stay in the organization at the time. Before defecting in 2017 and losing the only community she had known for several years, Bonnie
Hey,
had
Miss
called in the
April.
documentary The Vow about being worried for the women in Jeunesse because they were beginning to look unhealthy, and she noticed Allison's backbones were sticking out. Bonnie confronted Allison about her concerns, telling her she looked sick. She knew Allison wasn't eating and told Allison she needed to start eating. That's when Allison replied, quote, "Well, Keith is measuring my calories. He says as long as I'm having my period, I'm fine," unquote. Then Allison told Bonnie something truly disturbing. Allison told her she made a lifetime vow to Keith, a vow of devotion. When Bonnie officially left Nexium and told Keith she was leaving because she believed Nexium was built on abuse, obligation, and coercion, and that she could no longer support it, the last thing Keith said to her was, quote, "You seem to have a commitment to being a victim," unquote. Now, one of Allison's closest friends was leaving right when Allison had made a lifetime vow. What Bonnie didn't know was all those years Allison was leading Simply Human, Nexium's live theater group. Keith never paid Allison like he said he would. It was discovered in court documents that in 2016, Allison reached out to Keith via email asking him to be paid as she was going broke. Yes, Allison Mack, the beautiful and talented actress who quit her job and focused solely on Nexium, was now fully dependent on Keith Raniere, who refused to pay her until she delivered what he wanted most: India Oxenberg. Some former members of Nexium
You see that? That is totally sad. This girl up and left the job as she dreamed of doing. She wanted to change her life. She had self-esteem issues. This program was to teach you how to not be a victim. That's the course. That's part of the course. He says it all the time. You're acting like a victim. You cannot act like a victim. Hey, Miss April, by the way, if you're still there, I need you to email me your address, Miss April. Are you still there, Miss April? Blue Lagoon. What's up, puppy? Miss April, you still there? But this guy, Keith Raniere, was something else. He is worse than R. Kelly. It's crazy how these men do all this shit in plain sight. He even spoke to the Dalai Lama. Was it the Dalai Lama? No, what's his name? Oh my God, the Buddha guy. Yes, I think it is Dalai Lama. Oh man, I think so. I want to say that so bad. I'm not sure if that's correct, but he went and he spoke to that guy. The guy didn't want to talk to him because he said Keith Raniere, he heard that he has rumors and allegations going on. He wound up meeting the Dalai Lama, manipulated him, and then he wound up getting his approval. It was the craziest thing. I'm eating, guys, in the background. Let's continue.
recall Allison being exuberantly happy at all times, while others recall her being like a viper, ready to strike at any minute. Now Allison was about to strike at India.
For Janess, I think, is the most gratifying thing that I've ever done. It's the most challenging thing I've ever done because it consists of working with a group of people in a way that is totally interdependent, meaning we're all working together and no one is ever punished and no one is ever told that they're wrong or they're bad. And
the most important thing in working on jeunesse is the relationships in jeunesse. And I'm not used to that. I'm used to the objective being met. I'm used to having like strict, hard, fast deadlines and lots of fear and punishment if I don't get it right. And in working for jeunesse, there isn't any of that. So it comes purely from a place of self-motivation and self-direction. And that is really difficult. But I would say that working for the jeunesse is the most satisfying and purposeful thing I've ever done.
Behind the scenes of jeunesse, Keith had formed a private group called DOS, which meant Master over Slave Women. Several women of Keith's inner circle, including Allison, were instructed to recruit other women, usually from jeunesse, and they were instructed to lie to their DOS recruits and say that Keith was not involved in any way with DOS. India recalls Allison telling her about DOS and saying it was, quote, women mentoring women in a very specialized, deep way, and that it would push you past the areas you hadn't yet allowed yourself to grow, unquote. India Oxenberg is the daughter of Hollywood actress Catherine Oxenberg and the granddaughter of royalty, as her grandmother is Princess Elizabeth of Yugoslavia. At age 19, India had chosen Nexium over college, and over the years, as India attempted to rank higher in Nexium, she used up her entire inheritance from her grandfather. Now, in an effort to get paid what Keith owed her, Allison recruited India into DOS, telling India it would help her rank higher in Nexium how India so desperately wanted. Allison told her DOS recruits that they had to make a lifetime commitment to DOS, which included ultimate obedience to her. When India asked what ultimate obedience meant and if she could still have a boyfriend, Allison replied, "You need to ask me permission to do anything in your life." Allison then told India the setup of DOS was a master-slave dynamic. When India told Allison that made her feel uncomfortable, Allison replied that was a totally normal reaction to have, and to do it anyway, because DOS was about pushing people outside of their comfort zones in an effort to help them grow. Allison told India if it made her feel better to look at it as a mentor-student relationship, and promised India that she would always be there for her. India had no idea Keith was at the head of DOS. Exercises started off slow with new DOS recruits, like journaling their deepest fears every day and letting their master read them. India said that Allison was very interested in what made India most vulnerable, including
And R. Kelly would make those girls write letters about their actions. Am I right? Remember the transcripts? How Azriel spoke about how she would write down things and apologize to him for the things that she did and things like that. And, you know, how she was bad or she was dumb or she was stupid and things of that nature, right? Yeah. Patterns. Same patterns.
what she was uncomfortable with intimately. Allison referred to it as bonding. But then tasks got more intense, and Allison told her slaves to restrict their calories to 500 a day for weight loss and called it a character-building practice for self-restraint. India recalls being told that if she didn't meet the weight requirement, she would be forced to spend 30 days doing intense studying at one of Nexium's headquarters. Then, Allison began to tell India her relationships to her family made her dependent, so she needed to separate herself from them. Allison took it a step further and told India her relationship with her boyfriend was keeping her from being empowered and getting stronger, and encouraged India to break up with him. Not long after, Allison ordered her slaves to start texting her, "Good morning, master," and "Good night, master," every single day. According to the documentary Seduced, Allison texted one of her slaves saying, quote, "Practice this daily. Meditate on me, my face, my constellation. Embody me. I will be in your heart forever," unquote. Allison even told her slaves to figure out what would make life easier for her. Allison would say, "Everything I do for you, I do for your own benefit. Everything I have you do is for your own good." Allison constantly told her slaves that they needed to lean into fear and discomfort, and that, quote, "pushing past your comfort zone will make you stronger and more capable in all areas of your life," unquote.
Hey, Vanetta.
Now, there are many things YouTube considers too graphic for creators to talk about without getting demonetized. But I can tell you, Allison then told her slaves their next assignment was to seduce Keith. And gradually, the assignments became more and more explicit. Eventually, India moved in with Allison, and Allison made India cook and clean for her and do her errands. Then, Allison started punishing her slaves, making them do planks, taking ice-cold showers, and standing barefoot in the snow at 3 a.m. It was a brutal lifestyle for these women, who were not only taking Nexium classes as students, but teaching as Nexium coaches, and also being made to do all the slave tasks assigned to them by their masters in the secret society of DOS. One might ask, okay, but why would anyone put up with this behavior? Why not just leave? These women couldn't just leave due to the private and disturbing information they handed over to their masters before joining DOS. Sensitive information called collateral. When Nexium members were asked to join DOS, they were told they couldn't be given all the information about what DOS entailed until they gave the person trying to recruit them something called collateral. Collateral could be things like credit card information, private videos and photos, and written, notarized statements with damning information about their family members.
Exactly what R. Kelly would do. He would have the girls send him pictures, write letters, damaging things about their family members, right? The same patterns of behavior, the bad acts. This is what Keith Raniere went to jail for. So did Allison Mack and R. Kelly and Harvey Weinstein. Bad acts. They had other people to back up their testimonies as corroborating evidence. It's not hearsay when you have somebody else who witnessed what happened, or someone who went through the same exact thing. It's a pattern of behavior. These are bad acts according to the law. Right, held as blackmail as well to control them. Exactly. It's exactly what it is. It's blackmail to control them. At the end of the day, collateral. This guy calls it collateral. You know, we got to get this stuff to prove to us that you're really loyal and that you're down for whatever, and you're going to keep it quiet. And this woman's just scheming on to get paid and to control people. She was in love. It's a damn shame. Let's continue.
Collateral also included rights to financial assets. DOS recruiters made it sound like this collateral was a joke that would never be seen by anyone else or really acted upon, and was just a protective measure so no information about DOS would ever be made public. But they were secretly handing over every woman's collateral to Keith. In February of 2017, in a small courtroom with India as a witness, Allison married an actress named Nikki Klein. Nikki starred in the TV series Battlestar Galactica, but quit the show to follow Keith. India said that Nikki Klein, a Canadian and a devout member of Nexium who also recruited slaves for Keith as a master, needed a U.S. green card as her visa was about to expire. and Keith instructed Allison and Nikki to marry so she could stay in the U.S. Nikki Klein denies these allegations. In March of 2017, Allison told her slaves they were going to be branded. The women were told by Allison that it was part of being in the DOS sorority, and this was their way to be reminded of the most important relationship of their life. What the women didn't know was that it was Allison who came up with the idea of the brand after somebody in Keith's inner circle suggested everyone get matching tattoos. The women were told the brand would be a symbol that represented the 4 elements, and Allison had one of her slaves, who was a doctor, practice on oranges with a cauterizing pen in Allison's bathroom. India asked Allison, "Are you sure we have to do this?" To which Allison replied, "Yes." The branding ceremony took place in Allison's bedroom, and as each woman was branded, Allison told the women to repeat the words, quote, "Feel the pain, feel the love," unquote. Each branding session lasted about 30 minutes. Everything came to a head only 7 months later in October of 2017, when the New York Times released a damning article with ex-Nexium members who spoke out, showing the brand and calling Nexium a sex cult. Sarah Edmondson, one of Nexium's defectors who also had been in DOS, did a tell-all for the article, which included sharing how DOS members had to give collateral. Sarah became outraged and left Nexium when she found out that the brand on her hip wasn't a symbol of the elements, but were Keith's initials. The symbol, when turned another way, also contained the initials of Allison Mack. Now, a media firestorm was brewing. Keith and his inner circle attempted to deny the allegations and sue any defectors who spoke out, but it was too late. Too much damning evidence had been released, and after having ignored the requests of ex-members for years to step in and do something about Nexium, the FBI finally got involved and opened an investigation. Only 1 month after the New York Times article was released, Keith fled to Mexico in November of 2017. Allison tried to lay low and hardly left her apartment. India recalls Allison becoming paranoid of people watching her or the media finding her. By spring of 2018, lonely in a Mexican villa that cost $10,000 a week to rent, Keith had his inner circle of top DOS women fly to Mexico for what he called a recommitment ceremony, where they would partake in a group adult act, if you know what I mean. Allison Mack and Nikki Klein attended, and it would be Nikki who accidentally exposed Keith's whereabouts, alerting the FBI, who had been privately monitoring her and the other high-ranking DOS women who were close to Keith. Nikki had taken to Instagram and posted a picture while in Puerto Vallarta, a picture the FBI was able to geotag. This led them straight to Keith, where the Mexican federal police surrounded Keith's villa with guns drawn and pointed at several members of Keith's inner circle, only to find the smartest man in the world, the classical pianist and his holiness who could impact the weather, the one and only Vanguard, hiding in a walk-in closet. This video shows the exact moment Allison watched Keith be taken away by Mexican police, while Nikki was the one recording.
Let's go in the car. We're gonna follow them. Get out of the way. Huh? Lauren's coming. Let's go, you guys.
Allison fled back to New York and once again tried to lay low. But on April 20th of 2018, FBI agents surrounded her apartment and arrested Allison Mack. At Allison's first hearing in a Brooklyn courtroom, she pled not guilty, but she would later change her tune. You see, while Allison was placed on house arrest and released on bail only to her parents who she had to live with, Allison asked India to pack up her apartment and place her items in storage, something she may eventually have regretted doing. Because while packing up her apartment, India came across flash drives full of photographs and video of Keith with his inner circle of women, including the moment when he instructed them how DOS should be created and informed them they would become masters while he would be the grandmaster of DOS. Also found on these flash drives was all the collateral, spreadsheets, and recordings from secret meetings. It's believed that around 150 women were recruited into DOS, and it was later discovered Keith planned to have his inner circle and their recruits recruit thousands of women who he planned to obtain collateral from. He then wanted some of those women to run for different offices in government. Keith was a madman, a user and a controller, and he wanted to control the world. India gave the flash drives to police and spent months with prosecutors, going through hours and hours of the flash drive's content and identifying every detail for them, which prosecutors ultimately used against Keith in court, where he pled not guilty. Nancy Salzman, the president of Nexium, who used NLP and hypnosis on every member, was also arrested. At her home, police found hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash.
You know, most men are from Mars, Clark.
This morning, Smallville actress Allison Mack is making headlines, but not for a new role.
Were you involved in a sex call?
Her lawyer is now working with federal prosecutors to cut a deal in a sex trafficking case. According to court documents, Mack lured unsuspecting women into a secret sisterhood connected to a self-improvement organization known as Nexium. Mack and her lawyers did not comment as she left court.
Mack's lawyers are hoping to avoid a trial, and earlier this month, Ranieri's lawyers denied he'd committed any crime. If convicted, both he and Mack could face up to life in prison.
Such a disturbing story. Yeah, thanks, Morgan.
Thank you.
Allison later changed her tune and pled guilty to racketeering and racketeering conspiracy charges. On June 30th of 2021, Allison Mack was sentenced to 3 years in prison. It was recommended Allison receive anywhere from 14 to 17 years in prison, but prosecutors asked the judge to give her below the recommended range because of what they called substantial assistance given to them by Allison that helped convict Keith. Allison told the court she now renounces Keith Raniere and all his teachings. The judge told Allison he faulted her for using her celebrity status to recruit others for Keith's twisted desires. The judge went on to say, quote, "You abuse this position of power to persuade and pressure women to join DOS. You capitalized on your celebrity and these individuals' eagerness to be close to you. Told them you were recruiting them for a women's empowerment sorority and misrepresented and obscured fundamental facts about the organization and the conditions of membership. You told them that Keith Raniere was not involved. You did not tell them that they would be required to engage in sexual conduct. You required your slaves to provide collateral, both as a price of admission and on a continuing basis, in order to ensure their obedience and secrecy. You demanded that these women give you the keys to the most intimate, personal, and valuable parts of themselves so that you could maintain power over them and have leverage to direct them to do anything you wanted," unquote. The judge also told Allison he didn't doubt she was also manipulated and felt captive by Keith as well.
The problem right now with society is it's not self-reflective.
Wow, that's heavy. She wound up only getting 3, I thought it was 6. My bad, it's 3 years. She wound up getting 3 years for snitching and, basically handing them more than what they The prosecutors needed more evidence. She gave them more evidence. She gave up a lot of stuff to put him away for life. He manipulated all these people around him, and they all fell for his stuff. His charm, his words made it seem like, he had so much wisdom. And a lot of these people were lost. Personally, they were lost. You can smell, this guy was able to, bring them in. He was able to smell the wounded. That's how he did it. That's how he coerced people and took their money at that. Let's continue. It's almost over, guys. And then I'm going to end the live.
Because we don't have a strong community structure, a strong national structure, and down to the strong family structure and individual structure, these things are not reflective of really a specific type of morality. You question most people, and in some of our educational programs, one of the modules is good and bad. And a lot of people say, oh, this is good, this is bad, but they don't have a real definition for it. And when they're put to the task, suddenly they realize, well, the reason why I think it's good is because I thought it was good, and because I thought it was good, I thought it was good, and I was told it was good, and I thought it was good. But is it good? I'm not sure it's good. And if I'd heard that from someone else, I might have been told it was bad and thought it was bad and believed it was bad. And we find that we have this programming and has nothing much to do with our experience in life other than it has been dictated to us. Society in itself, if it continues the way it's going, will end up where it's headed, as they say. And it's sort of almost as if we're along for the ride.
Yeah.
But humans have the capacity to actually sit and think about where we want it to be, think about how we would like it to change. And that contemplation has to be something that becomes understood in society. That people understand it, families understand it, communities understand it, and that the different ethical issues that come up are discussed. I believe, and I believe this for a while, that's why we have a specific ethicist curriculum. I think that being an ethicist will be as much of a foundation to society as being a business person.
During Keith Raniere's trial, Sarah Edmondson's branding video was leaked to the Mexican press, where Keith had many well-established Nexium contacts. It's unclear who released the collateral and how, but victims have stated they're very worried about where their own collateral might be, and their worries are justified. Several members of Keith's inner circle, including Allison's ex-wife, Nikki Klein, who she divorced in December of 2020, are still defenders of Keith, Doss, and at the time of this recording, seem to be in cult-like groups themselves. Along with a few other Nexium members, Nikki Klein spent an hour every night for 30 days straight dancing outside the prison where Keith was being held before sentencing, just so he could look down on them from his prison window in hopes to lift his spirits. The Nexium group claimed they were dancing outside the prison to support the Black Lives Matter movement and prison reform, but they were soon exposed.
We have a friend who is incarcerated here. He's been here since March 2018. As you do with people that you've known for a long time, you have inside jokes. And one of my party tricks is doing a moonwalk. So I did a moonwalk and a bunch of guys started banging on their windows. So we're like, oh, that's probably fun for them to see. It's probably not every day that they see that. And it evolved to turning on the car stereo and dancing. I took classes for many years with Executive Success Programs, which is affiliated with
these crazy ass supporters were sitting outside dancing in front of Sunset Brooklyn, in front of the MDC in Brooklyn, Sunset, my hometown, dancing and entertaining prisoners. Are you kidding me? What in the world is going on? Are you kidding me? Is this for real? This can't be real. Then you have other chicks writing chalk for R. Kelly on the ground. The things that people do.
Nexium. I think what's really sad is that we're out here doing something really good that is helping a lot of people. And people can't get past this idea that we were in something called a sex cult, which I don't even know what that is. I certainly was never part of a sex cult.
Many women in Nexium, including Allison and Nikki allegedly, were promised a baby by Keith, who never delivered. In fact, only 2 women have ever had a baby with Keith, and one of those women went into hiding. Keith forced abortions on his inner circle, but due to only being allowed to eat 500 calories a day, one woman who had his baby didn't realize she was pregnant until she was already 8 months along. Catherine Oxenberg, who in an attempt to save her daughter by using her celebrity to call out Nexium and Keith Raniere in multiple media appearances, said her life has been threatened and she was told to never step foot in Mexico. This case set a precedent for coercive control in the United States. Coercive control is an act or pattern of assault, threats, humiliation, and intimidation, or other abuse that is used to harm, punish, or frighten a victim. According to womensaid.org, coercive control creates invisible chains and a sense of fear that pervades all elements of a victim's life. At the time of this recording, the U.S. has no federal laws defining coercive control, unlike other developed countries such as the UK. I remember watching an episode of Scientology in the Aftermath and hearing Leah Remini reveal that the Church of Scientology desperately wanted her to recruit other celebrities, including her co-star, Kevin James, who played the lead role on the show King of Queens. The Church of Scientology denies this, and Remini didn't feel comfortable recruiting James, who was Catholic, but many castmates of Smallville recall Allison attempting to recruit them by inviting them to take Nexium courses. Cults love to pursue people with fame, money, and/or large networks, as this helps legitimize their organization. Nexium called itself a self-help company and spoke to people's ideology that the world could be made a better place if they could first work on themselves. Allison joined Nexium to become a better actress and find self-fulfillment, but she became Keith's prey. 12 years later, she left Nexium with no career, in debt, as a victim and a perpetrator, and in prison. At her sentencing, Allison apologized to the people she harmed by her actions and said, quote, "I am sorry to those of you that I brought into Nexium. I am sorry I ever exposed you to the nefarious and emotionally abusive schemes of a twisted man," unquote. This has been the rise and fall of Allison Mack. Nexium was a very large cult with a lot of different organizations and key players, many that I didn't have the time to cover in this. And if you're interested in a more detailed account of Nexium, including the shocking facts I couldn't discuss on YouTube without getting demonetized, I highly recommend the documentaries Seduced, which was co-produced by India Oxenberg and gives her account of Nexium, as well as The Lost Women of Nexium, which features journalist Frank Parletto, who was a former publicist for Nexium. This one was riveting, and in true crime fashion, I could not look away from the screen. Last but not least, The Vow, which has a lot of private insider footage of Nexium's day-to-day activities and events, and features Sarah Edmondson, Bonnie Peace, as well as many other high-ranking members of Nexium. If you are a fan of cults, scams, and cautionary tales, be sure to like and subscribe so more content like this is recommended to you. Until next time, my name is Josie. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
I'm living in a kind of daydream.
Well, guys, I recommend you guys watch those documentaries. Lost Girls of Nexium, Seduced, The Vow, and it's all about Nexium and Keith Raniere and how he had this great pyramid scheme and seduced women to be his slaves, and then had someone else open up a chapter and do the same. Hey, BB Beauty. Free R. Kelly. Free R. Kelly. You know he ain't going nowhere, mamita. You know he ain't going nowhere. He's going to be sitting right there for a long time, girl. Girl. But yeah, guys, please do me a favor. On your way out, please hit that like button. Okay. Gracias very mucho, darlings. Yeah. Wait a minute.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right. Let me. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Where'd it go? Here we go. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, lend me your ears and your eyes. Diva Divine Light, live from Brooklyn, New York. Don't be late for what you're saying, yo.
remember what the dilly, yo. When I'm in your mic, yes, I do my duty, yo. While I'm in the club and you while in the studio. You don't wanna vibe, and nigga really and truly, yo. My main thug nigga named Moody, yo. He moody, yo. I'm a nigga that'll slap me with the toolie, yo. Bitch niggas scared to death, act fruity, yo. Fuck
Don't
that,
forget
nigga,
to hit the like button, guys. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for hanging out with Diva Divine. Don't forget to hit that like button, y'all. And if you are not subscribed to my channel, please subscribe. Hit the notification bell on all, y'all. Live.
Diva, the divine light. A fun-loving, caring, passionate person who talks about sex, celebrity, and real-life issues, and even abuse. So hit that like button and make sure you share the show. Really my heart to me, let me see what you got to me. Put more than hands on my eyes to see. $1 in the place to be. If you really my heart to me, let me see what you got to me. Put more than hands on my eyes to see. $1 in the place to be. If you really my heart to me, let me see what you got to me. Put more than hands on my eyes to see. $1 in the place to be. If you really my heart to me, let me see what you got to me. Put more than hands on my eyes to see. $1 in the place to be. If you
And it comes in live on the Go